choking myself out here, boys and girls. Look at you guys, so impatient, eh? We're waiting. We're waiting. It's not like you're paying for this, you know. Well, maybe you are. You're getting some brain damage. Maybe you're paying for it in that way. Mr. Bees, you can pop over here with a pizza if you want. If you're only 4 hours away, I'll take pizza. Matter of fact, I'll take a steak dinner if you want. I'm a little bit tired, but I've had a hell of a day. I've had a hell of a week. So, but I'm a little tired, so I'm not expecting to. Every time I say this, we're not going to do a nice long one tonight. We're not going to do a big live or nothing. And next thing you know, it's fucking 4 a.m. But we're not doing that tonight. Hey, Debbie, how are you, sweetheart? T-Bone's in the house. TBT, how we doing, brother? You guys doing all right? You guys safe and sound? Everybody okay? Hey, Karen. Nevada. I got parked in Durham. Did you make it out of Baltimore all right? Or are you still sitting up there, man? You're welcome to swing on by here. I got a big old empty parking lot at the shipper here. I got the whole place to myself. You got nothing to do, come on up to Raleigh, or I'm just up northwest of Raleigh. Come on up here. Nice and quiet. A couple of restaurants just back there. Ah. Scott Walker. Yeah, we're doing well tonight. I'm at the shipper. I'll be loading here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And that I'll be running for home. I'll be going back up. It is 793 miles from where I am up to where I'm going. And so that means it's 740 miles to the border. So all I got to do is make it to the border tomorrow. And if I can make it to the border before my 11 hours of drive time and I can switch on to Canadian, then I can make it up there tomorrow night. 793 would be hard pushing for us. Boom. The British are here. How we doing, Pneumatic? Good to see you, brother. It's Debbie's birthday. Everybody say happy birthday to Debbie, please. Debbie's birthday. Mrs. TBT, obviously you guys are parked because if TBT's talking and you're talking, well, nobody's driving, so. Who we got? I just don't want to miss anybody. Grand Wizard's in the house. Thanks for stopping in, man. Brian needs extra love when he's on the road. No, I get all the love I can handle. Trust me. Trust me. I got everything I can handle. You guys talk amongst yourself for a minute. I'm going to strike this stogie up. I think. It's only on a live that this happens. Oh. It never happens any other time. That lighter worked perfectly fine a few hours ago. Look at Dar. I swear to God. The woman's going to drive me either broke or nuts. Or she's going to drive me both. One or the other. Walk up. That's a $40 fucking lighter. Butane lighter. And it will not work. What do we resort to? A 79-cent Bic. A 79-cent Bic lighter. There we go. Yeah, we're cooking with peanut oil. So we had a good week. I am actually in the middle of a fucking stellar week. I started my week. What did I do? I started out my week. I had a pedal run. Had a freaking pedal. Flick your bick. You got it, buddy. You're showing your age if you know what that means. You are supposed to use a wooden match. Actually, you know what? Mr. Bees, you're damn right you are. And I've got them right here. I actually picked myself up a pack of wooden matches. I totally forgot. Totally forgot. Thank you. No, that's not what it means, Dar. That's not what it means. Don't get crazy. Don't get crazy, woman. Don't. Mr. Misunderstood, brother, how are you? So what did we do this week? I started at the house on Sunday. I took the load home for the weekend. I started at the house. I got 6 drops off, 4 through Michigan, 2 through Indiana. Ran up to Elgin, Illinois, just northwest of Chicago, reloaded, got that back up to the yard last night or late yesterday afternoon. Picked this one up. And this was 3 drops. I had Baltimore, Laurel, Maryland, and Sterling, Virginia. Got all 3 of those off, and I'm at my reload tonight. I just rolled in here probably about half an hour ago, 30 minutes ago. And so I rolled in here and got this all set up and had a quick bite, lit a cigar, and turned you guys on. Cordova, my boy. Loving that guy. Fucking loving that guy. That was a stellar fucking deal you pulled today. All my respect to you, brother. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. TBT, you are the man. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That's the perfect amount for a stogie. Thank you very much. Juan, we're going to hang out. I do enough shit. I do enough deliveries. I do enough stuff up in your area. And now after our phone call today, I found out like what area you're running in and where where primarily you're at. Dude, we're gonna hang out because I'm out there enough. There's no reason why at some point or another I can't tweak my schedule or something and get that worked out. No, bro, I'm the guest, Mr. Bees. I'm the guest. You bring the pizza. I'm waiting, dude. I will put on a 4-hour live, give you enough time to order a pizza. Nothing with anchovies, easy on the mushrooms, and bring it on. Bring it on. You got to be kidding me. You got to be for Dar's Cat Fund. Well, I'll be honest with you. Okay? These stogies run me, these cigars run me anywhere from $9 up to $30, depending on what I'm smoking and what I am. For when I'm out on the road here, I don't smoke expensive cigars. This is an $8 stick right here. So your funds are right on to supply the cigars. Now, Dar's Devon Rex cats, I don't know, Mrs. TBT, if you know what one of those things cost, but it takes Dar a lot of time to save up for one of those cats. So $10 is a good start, but you'd have to be donating $10 a minute for the next 60 minutes, right? Those cats are ridiculous. Juan, you're out of here. Thanks for just popping in and saying hello. Love you, buddy. Talk to you in a bit. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow morning. Everybody's got to go check out tomorrow morning. Juan Cordova, J Cordova truck, and does it's called sorry, Juan, my brain is fried right now. He does It's called the early bird special. And he gets up early in the morning. He's usually from his truck, and he starts his day, and he throws a live and brings everybody in and puts us all off on a positive mood and a positive note. So if you got time and you're around in the morning and you're not already subscribed to Jay Cardova Trucking, definitely do that. Definitely do that. Go check that out. She's saving for a Black Panther. Mr. Bees, let me tell you something, brother. Nothing would surprise me. I've come home off the road before and not known what I was going to find. I've come in the door and there's been a dog, cats, fucking people, anything. Nothing would surprise me with Darlene, let me tell you. Scott Walker, we had to put our cat down Tuesday. R.I.P. Mr. Fluff. Sorry, brother. Sorry to hear that, Scott. We've never had to put a cat down, but I know your pain. We've had to put a family dog down. We're a dog and a house and a cat family. And we had to put, our dog lived a long life. She made 12 years. She was a family dog. She raised all of our kids, and I know your pain. I'll be honest with you, Scott, and this is kind of morbid, but I'd rather put a person down. I know people out there that I'd rather put them down before I'd want to put down one of my animals. I truly would. So our hearts out to you, man. Sorry to hear that. I worked all day, 7 to 3. Guess I'll miss out. Yeah, I guess you will, bro. Mrs. TBT, new member. Appreciate that. Really do appreciate that. That wasn't necessary. Mr. TBT is already a member. I know what it is. You're hunting for another shirt. I saw a live you did. Was it a live you did, or was it a video you did, Mrs. TBT, and you were wearing my shirt? I don't even think you realized. You must have just got up that morning and threw it on and then decided to do your live or do your video. So I appreciate that, baby. Wearing my shirt on your live. Tell you what, Mrs. TBT, I'll make a shirt saying Mrs. TBT. I'll make one because we make our shirts and shit. I'll make a shirt with Mrs. TBT and I'll wear it on my next live. How's that? Sound good to you? The Beast MX Rider 12 shut down for the day or just starting. I just finished my 13 hours. Bro, I am done for the day. I ran my clock out. I had 44 minutes left on my day today. Didn't do a whole shit ton of miles. I started in Scranton this morning. Ran down from Scranton. Like I said earlier, I did 3 deliveries. I got off in Baltimore, Laurel, Maryland, and Sterling, Virginia. And then ran, it was 265 miles, 260 something miles from Sterling down to where I'm at here. So I probably ran about 550, 560 today. I didn't kill it. I didn't knock it out of the park. On my way home. Oh, look, there's Stuart. We got Stuart Werby in the house. Thanks for stopping in, Stu. On my way home, then heading to London, Indiana for the weekend in-laws. London, Ontario. I think that's London, Ontario, because I know that your in-laws are in London. So, good shit, man. Enjoy the Canadian hospitality. Actually, enjoy the weather. I think you're gonna get some good weather up there too. Who else we got in here? London, yeah, I got you, Stu. I knew when I saw London. There's no London, Indiana. Well, there probably is. I just don't know it. Hey now, just driving home. Bro, I've listened to that song no less than 15 times today. No less than. Let me put it this way. I was just before I rolled in here, I was talking to Jer, and I hope you don't mind because I sent it to him as well. Let him have a listen to it. I was listening to it, and because you sent it to me on an audio clip, I was listening to it, and I'm just trucking along listening to the song, and it's playing, And then the song ends. And I'm sitting there waiting for the next song to start playing. Like, that's how good it was. It was so well produced. I didn't realize, I totally forgot who I was listening to and what I was listening to, that I was just enjoying the song. And I was like, oh, the next song. And I looked over at my phone, and of course I realized, oh fuck, it's just the clip, right? That is, I hope Nevada's happy with that. I'm sure he is. Man, I'm thrilled with it. I am thrilled with it. I love it, dude. I'd buy it. I would buy that song if it was on iTunes. I would buy that song. No questions asked. And so would Jer. Jer would buy it as well. I think Jeremy's exact words is that is better than anything that's out on the country music channels right now. So, and Jer's a country buff and a blues buff as well. So there you go. You got mine and Jer's approval on that. Go. You're doing great. Keep it going. Stuart's not delivering in London. He's his in-laws live in London, so he's finishing up work and then he's going up to visit the in-laws. Yeah, okay, Mike, I sent it to Dar too. Sorry. Good thing you didn't tell me a secret, eh? Everybody would have known. You go hook up with Stuart. Okay, there you go. You got the stamp of approval. That's your stamp. I'm assuming, Nevada, that's your stamp of approval. You love it? What did Danny think? She like it? Are you guys pleased? That answers my next question. There you go. There you go. We absolutely love it. Good. I didn't do anything. All I did is broker the deal. So I'll take when you guys come out with your $1 million contract deal on this, both of you do know, I will be taking a 20% mob style kickback on this deal, right? There's no ands or ifs or about, just know that there's a 20% mob style kickback that I expect on this. Scott, you'll be able to hear the song, and I don't know if I'm speaking out. Nevada, is it all right if I say where it's going to be eventually? Mike Campbell, Scott, Mike Campbell wrote the Wheelburner song, right? The Wheelburner song. He wrote 2 Wheelburner songs for me. He did the original Wheelburner, and then he did that slow blues one that we open our lives with sometimes, most of the time when we're at home. But he also, I put him in contact with Nevada Trucking and Trails, and he's now done a song for their channel. And I know that Nevada has released little snippets, clips of it in some of his videos. So Scott, if you're not subscribed to Nevada Trucking and Trails, definitely please go over and check that out. Okay. There, I just threw it like there's Nevada Trucking and Trails right there on the screen. Definitely go check out Nevada. Go check out his channel. And I don't think they've released the song yet. Obviously, Mike just sent it to Nevada this morning. Or the finished studio version of it. So you will eventually be able to hear it over on that channel when Kyle's decide, or when Nevada decides what and how he's going to do it. So, but I'm going to tell you right now, it is one bad fucking jam. It really is. It is one bad jam. You guys are going to love it. If it wasn't for the fact that it belongs to Nevada, I'd be playing it right now on right here, and you'd let you guys listen to it. But that is all his gig, and I want him to premiere it. I want him to have it, and I wouldn't dare. I'm not touching it. So IH is sub to Nevada. Good. Everybody in this stream should be sub to Nevada. Love that guy and his wife, Danny. Good people. Good people. Mr. Bees, you know, I wonder if these honkers are coming from Canada and I am in the South. Where do they go when they leave here? Thousands of them today out in the field. Where do they go? What do you mean when they come back to Canada? Fuck if I know. They're all over our bloody place. Actually, they're not on our, they stay off our property because we've got the dogs and we've got an outdoor cat along with the 2 indoor cats. So they usually leave us alone. But when they fly over, they pretty much shit on everything. You guys, there's the link for Nevada's channel. T-Bone, you got to work that out with him, brother. Work it out with him. There you go. We'll leave that up for a second. So anybody that's not subbed or has not checked it out, you guys can copy that link and at least go over and check it out. He's doing some pretty good shit over there. He's doing stuff over there that I can't do because recently he bought his truck. He's on with got his truck and his trailer. He's on with a carrier, but the carrier has allowed him to self-dispatch, and he's going through and he's logging and recording his journey as he's learning, and he's learning really fast, apparently. And he's taking his channel through the journey of what he's doing. So it's well worth the watch. It really is. It really is. I've been trucking 10 times longer than he has, and I'm learning from him. And I like that. I love that. Have I been following the Emergencies Act inquiry? Yes and no. I'm going to be honest with you, Will. I have and I haven't. I've been peeping in now and then. Who's covering most of that? Mr. Sunshine Baby is primarily covering most of that. If you want truth, don't get it from CTV or City TV or any of that. There's a couple of guys out there. Mr. Sunshine Baby's one of them that's covering it. My problem with watching any of this is I get angry, dude. I get angry because I'm telling you right now, this fucker's going to skate. That's my feeling in my heart he's going to skate. Yeah, they're going to slap him with a bunch of penalties and they're going to slap him with a bunch of this and a bunch of that and charge him with this, and he's going to skate. And I'm angry. I am pissed at that. So I'm not watching because I want to preserve my own mental fucking health watching this. I've said it before and I'll say it again right here. If Trudeau was drowning in my pool, the only way I would save that man's life would be to take my fucking foot off his head. Like, that is it. Period. Bottom line. So I hope that answers your question. Truly, I do. Yeah, so you guys, Rebel, actually, Jim Bettridge, you're absolutely right. Sorry, let's hit that one again. Comments are going fast. Rebel News is carrying it as well. And watch that. Got some decent t-shirts delivered today and says Brits do it better. So one for me and one sending one to remember. You should remember. You're an asshole. Mark, you're an asshole. I love you, buddy. You're the bomb. If you've got a t-shirt that says Brits do it better, and if you've sent me one, and if there's one arrives at my door, I will wear it. Once. I'll wear it once. Then I'll wash my face with it. TBT, is Nevada the trucker with the white W9 and has a big channel, wife, kids, and fixed cars and stuff? No. You're thinking of Just Trucking. That's Just Trucking. And no, we're not going to start that, but no. TBT, yeah, that's Just Trucking. Nevada Trucking and Trails. Nevada's got a beautiful, stellar 2022 Pete 389. Just a fucking gorgeous truck. Absolutely stellar. Joking. You're joking. Fuck you. You're joking. Oh, we look at this. The goddamn Brits are killing it here now, eh? First Nomadic, now Stewart. You guys actually think you're funny. You guys actually think you're fucking funny. I'm telling you, man. Only real wheel burners drink bubbly. Yeah, we figured that out, buddy. Old school, new school. I am tired. Been awake since 3 a.m. Well, bro, you got me beat. I have not been awake since 3. I didn't start mine. Careful there, TBT. Careful, buddy. We know she's the intellectual ones. I've not been awake since 3. I've been awake since my alarm went off at 5:15. So you got me beat. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, just so all you guys know, okay? I think we've got them all the shirts. I know you guys have been asking. So all of the shirts and I think all of the colors. Dar, am I correct? Dar actually put something together. She's going to put up on the screen here so she can actually show you guys what the shirts look like. Because you've seen me wear the black one. And you've seen me wear, well, I'm wearing the white one. But Dar, throw them up real quick. Just do a quick flash through of all the colors and the shirts. That's blue, pink. That's the gray. Now that gray, Dar, go back to that gray. There's the red. That gray, I'm not 100% sure. We're not 100%. I'm not sure if we're 100% satisfied with that. I know that T21, you ordered a gray and that's what you're getting. Now, sir, if you're not happy with that, we're actually going to order a couple like the gray, and I think we're going to do it with the white on it, or we're going to use a lighter gray shirt with the same black. But TBT, if you think you're T21, if you're happy with the one that you just saw up on the screen, that's the one that we're going to send you. So, okay, carry on, Dar. There's I think red is the last one there. And the black. There we go. TBT, you like that gray? That's not bad. All right. You're good with that? It does. It does. It's almost like you see it on the Chargers and the Challengers, the SRTs, right? That's the same color gray that's on that car. And that is the same color gray that I'll be wearing. So T21, you like that gray? If you're good with that, bro, that's what we'll send you. Dar's going to take care of that for you. There you go. She's sending that out tomorrow. The gray looks good. You know what? Welcome back. I like the gray as well. But that's just mine. And I got to make sure that you guys are going to like it. So if you guys, some people have already ordered, or actually quite a few people have ordered. So now we just want to make sure. But if you guys are good with that gray, then that's all. The rest of the colors we're good with. But the gray, I was a little SRT, special response team. Yeah, that's SRT, brother. SRT, Charger, SRT, Hellcat, SRT, Challenger, Hellcat. Special response team. '21 says he looks like I love that beautiful blue. That the best. You like the blue? You like the blue the best? Do you want? Dar's asking. Do you want a blue one instead? It's not too late. She can send you a blue one if you want. She can send you a blue one or a gray one, whichever one you want, brother. You paid for it. Oh, okay. Sorry, TBT. I'm not up on my SRT members. You say SRT to me, man. I'm going with a Hellcat. I don't give a fuck about the SRT members. Okay, he wants the gray. All right. Everybody, we've settled it. T21 wants the gray shirt. Good shit. You'll get the gray shirt. Oh, this bubbly is killing me. Karen's back. Well, Karen, glad you're back. For the upgraded status, you are welcome. Okay, send me your address, T21, to the Wheelburner email. I can't find where I put your address from way back. Yeah, it took so long to get the shirt, T21. The emails, I think the email's a month old. Sorry about that, brother. Sorry about that. But at least now you've seen the shirt. It's on its way. Send Dar your email or your address. And those of you that follow Cordova, Jay Cordova Trucking, he lost a bet to me, so he has to wear my pink shirt, my Wheelburner pink shirt. It's already, I think Dar already sent that one, or she's sending that one tomorrow. He has to wear that on one of his lives when he gets it. So keep an eye out for that if you watch Cordova. Just a dildo. Just popping in to say hello, Mad Santa and Dar. I don't know why everybody calls me Mad Santa. Do I look like I'm mad? Brian, with the low rates, can it be possible to get a free shirt? I tell you what, Ronald, I'll give you a free shirt. You pay the $35.95 for shipping. How's that? That was actually pretty fucking good. I pulled that one right out of my ass. Oh. T21, it is wheelburnerexpress@gmail.com. There you go. It's a deal. Dar, direct them to where anybody that wants a shirt, direct them to where they can get it. Albert Din. Here's a new name. Albert, have I seen you before? Have we talked? I don't think I've seen that name in one of our lives. I haven't seen you on my channel. Well, if you're new and you're around, thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming in. Nick Earl. How we doing, Nick? You behaving yourself? No. Albert Din. Let's see who you is, buddy. Albert Din. No. Well, thanks for following, brother. Appreciate that. Thanks for following. There you go. There you go, boys and girls. You guys can all pop in there and grab your shirts and your keychains and your decals and your hats. Do I have a hat? I got a fucking hat here. Hold on. Why am I not? Look at this, eh? I'm going to whore myself out. I'm wearing my shirt and my own hat. How come I'm not wearing my own hat? Jesus Christ. There's something fucking wrong with that, eh? Not bad. I'd like it to be, these are the shallow caps. I don't know what you call that, right? I'd like the hat I was just wearing. See how this one's it's a little higher. Like it comes down a little lower on here. These ones here, if you've got a smaller head, these ones will be okay for you. It's okay. I can wear it and it's comfortable. I don't mind it, but no, Ronald, they do not shrink. All the shirts are either Fruit of the Loom or I'd have to look at the title. There's the other one, the high quality brand. But they do not shrink. This one's been washed a dozen times. This is a double X. My black one is a double X. I've not had a single problem with either of them. They haven't shrunk. Unfiltered, how we doing, bro? Glad you popped in. We're doing well. I got shut down. I'm tired. I don't know if you can see my face actually looks. I'm looking at myself here and I'm going, fuck. I look like a bag of ass here, man. My eyes are drooping. My face is flushed. I'm like, man, I'm tired. I'll hang out though. What the hell? Yeah, Dar just said they're pre-shrunk. Highland, how we doing, man? Everything well. Hey, buddy, you can't be calling my wife sweetie. I don't be calling your wife sweetie. Jeez. All shirts shrink, and if you put it in a dryer, they shrink faster. Dude, you know what? These haven't shrunk, and these go in the dryer. These go in. They get washed in cold water, but they've not shrunk. Yeah, I do. Tonight will be good because this place doesn't open till 8 o'clock tomorrow. So even if we run a couple hours off on this tonight, I'm still gonna get a good night's sleep. I'm not. Sugar Pie's just fine, TBT. You call her Sugar Pie, but no sweetie, okay? No sweetie. Sugar Pie, Toots, Babe, we're good. Just no sweetie. Ronald, is the lettering available in different colors? I'm thinking a dark blue with orange lettering. Dude, now you want to create your own shirt? You're going to take my logo and create your own? Come on now. I'm just kidding you. You know what? We're actually working on that because we've got a couple of other ideas that we're actually going to do some stuff that if you guys want some custom stuff, say you want a black shirt with the Wheel Burner logo on the front, but you want something on the back, we can do that. We're just trying to work with different things of, say, we have the equipment at home to do it. We're just trying to work out the intricacies to get that done for you guys. Thanks, brother. Just so you know, sweetie is a Southerner thing. And actually, it's a Southerner thing, not a thing. You're not a true Southerner. You just proved it. You can call her sweetie if you're a Southerner, but you can't say thing. It's thing. So here, let me read your question the way it's supposed to be, or let me read your statement the way it's supposed to be written. Sweetie is a Southerner thing. You Yanks would not know nothing. See, you did it wrong again. It's not supposed to be about all that. It's supposed to be about that. Dude, do I got to teach you guys how to talk Southern? I'm a fucking Canadian, for crying out loud. Sweetie, it's a Southerner thing. You Yanks would not know nothing about that. There you go. That's how it should be done. Line drawn, we're good. Toots, I like the sound. 1940s. 1940s-esque. You got it, Toots. If I ever walked in the door and said to Dar, hey, Toots, how's it going? I'd expect a frying pan to come sailing across that room so fast. So you guys want to call her Toots, do it because you're safe where you are. Oser is in the house. Finishing the last 3 stops on a 10-stop load. Dude, that's insane. I would never. I hope it paid you a punt load. I would never. I did 6 on Sunday. From Sunday to Monday. I ran 6, but 10? No thanks. No thanks. Those are day killers, man. That's what those are. You still don't smell those cookies, eh, Clayton? That's not going to happen, bro. Every one of my old t-shirts shrunk around the waist. Yeah, you know what, Scott? I got the same problem. Actually, my t-shirts for James Best, he had that weight loss challenge. So my t-shirts, funny enough, they expanded for a while, but they're slowly starting to shrink again. And I don't know what's causing that. Don't forget the draw on the accent. Dude, I'm doing the best I can. I'm just a fucking Canadian. I'm just a Canuck. Uh, Justin C. Jose or Jose. I hope I didn't butcher that on you, man. Hi, Brian. How are you, sir? Don't call me sir. Sir is my father or an officer in the army. Have you been I've been following your channel since last year. Your videos have been a great inspiration to me, and paved my way to Canada, all the way from India, just to get into trucking. Well, brother, I hope it works out for you. I truly do. I hope you've been successful. And if you have been successful, congratulations. If you're not there yet, keep going, brother. Keep going. Catch me outside. How about day? Look at this. Now we got them all kicking it in. Now we got them all kicking in. She'll kill me. Oh, dude. It takes a lot less of that for Dar to kill me. Dar, I sent the address. There you go. Thanks, 21. It's okay. Browns have it covered from the north, south, and in between. You got it, bro. You got it. Brian Brown sitting here in North Carolina. TBT, where are you guys? Which end of the country are you guys covering? Nope. Never check it. According to you, everyone on YouTube would hate to disappoint everybody. I hear you. Santa don't take no shit. You got it. I wish Bull of the Woods was in here, because he made a comment this morning on Cordova's channel, because we put out like 2 short videos, right? One of me ranting. So I hope you guys went and watched that, because it was a pretty good fucking rant, actually. Now, mind you, I got to admit, I do a lot of ranting that you guys don't see, because Dar just can't. It would just be beep, 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 beep. Like, it would just be ridiculous to put it up. So a lot of the rants don't make it up, just because they're just not worth putting up. So I put up a rant, and then I put up another video of just, mild traffic tips running through Philadelphia. Or I was running through traffic going through Philly. Just some ins and outs of, some tips for new guys or girls and whatnot of going through. And fucking Bull of the Woods, TJ pipes in and goes, "Did you see that video of Brian running, or Wheel Burner running through Philadelphia ranting?" He took 2 videos, put them together, and I wasn't ranting in Philadelphia. The Philadelphia video, I thought I was kind of calm, cool, and collected, myself personally. The rant, I was in New York State trying to get up to the border, and that's what that rant was about. It was about the self-checkouts. Don't get me started, because we'll get another fucking rant going about the self-checkouts. I'm not prepared to deal with that. I'm not prepared to deal with self-checkouts. If you're a company right now and you're pushing the self-checkouts, go fuck yourself. I won't use your self-checkouts. And if that's the only option that you're offering me, I won't shop at your fucking store. Period. And if you are going to make the only option for me to use a self-checkout, I better get a fucking discount. Because there should be a cashier or a clerk or somebody there to run it through, and there should be a job. That person should be doing a job, and you should be paying them. And you'll be probably paying them about 16, 17, whatever bucks an hour. So if I got to check my own fucking groceries, that means I have to come into your store and do a job. You better fucking pay me to do it. Bottom line. So if I'm going to check out my own groceries, you better give me a discount on the groceries. How's that? How is that? I'm not checking out my own fucking food, my own coffee. All I did, that rant that I put out, all that was is for a coffee. A fucking coffee that I had to go through self-checkout. Now, luckily for me, there was an older lady behind the counter, and she saw that I was I guess she assumed I was an elderly gentleman, and she hooked it up. She opened the thing, and besides, I was the only one in the fucking store at that hour, right? Yeah, Eugene, there's another one. Oh, dude, you guys start recording because rants are coming. How about self-check-in at shipping and receivers? Fuck yeah. And unfortunately, this is part of my job now, right? So if I have to check myself in, if I got to check myself in, but if I have to go to the receiver, and now we have several customers now, one of them at the port, right? I've noticed that when you're going into ports or anything that's official like that, yeah, you got to check yourself in with a computer and self-check yourself in, and then blah blah blah. Fuck off, Lewis. Fuck off, Lewis. Lewis is just checking in, guys. Yeah, there's no shipper and receiving clerk. You just self-check yourself in. Dude, do I get a better rate? Because now I'm having to do the shipper and receiver's job too, right? Jesus Christ. You guys are gonna fucking get me worked up. I hate this check-in bullshit. And I know they've been doing it for a while, but in most stores, they give you the option. And this irritates Darlene to no end because Dar uses them, right? I will stand in line if there's 2 or 3 people in front of me, and I will stand in line and wait my turn to get my especially if we're grocery shopping, rather than fucking go and self-checkout. Dar, she'll fly through the self-checkout and go. I won't do it. And you know what? I'm vocal about it too. I don't mean it vocal as in I'm an asshole and I stand there and make a fucking scene, because I don't. But I am vocal about the fact that, no, I'm not using your self-checkout. I'll stand in this fucking line. Pilot and Flying J self-checkouts in and out now. Yeah, checkout now. It's stupid. Dude, I'm telling you. I refuse to use them. I refuse to use them. If I pull into a Flying J or a Love's or a TA and I have to go get my morning coffee, and if I have a self-checkout and they don't give me the option of going to a cashier to pay for it, I'll put my coffee down and I'll leave. Actually, I have my own cup, but I will not use that self-checkout. I'm sorry if I seem ignorant about this and you guys are rolling your eyes and go, for fuck's sakes, Brian, just use the self-checkout. No. Absolutely not. I will not fucking do it. I will not eat green eggs and ham, and I will not, absolutely fucking not use self-checkouts. Not doing it. Louis, appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm not using self-checkouts. That's what I get for not using self-checkouts. Thanks, brother. You know what? I'm glad there's a couple in here that feel the same way. Old school. I'm with you. I'm not using self-checkouts. It is not happening. I'm not going down that road. Eventually, the day will come, and I will have no choice. It depends on what the service that I'm looking for. Here's an example. Okay, my home is run on propane. We're on propane. What's going to happen soon? The truck's going to roll up. I'm going to have to walk out to the truck, grab the fucking hoses off the truck, go to the back of the house, hook up the hoses, open the tanks, go run back to the truck, throw the fucking switch while some guy sits in there and watches me. Is that what's coming? Because that's if you follow the progression of what's going on, that's eventually what's going to fucking happen. That's eventually what's going to happen. All the en routes have kiosks. Yeah, that's the other. Okay, here's exactly, Karen. And they've got it down here in the States as well. Okay, when you go into a Love's or a J and say they've got a McDonald's or a Burger King, they now have kiosks for you to go to the kiosk. You put your debit card in or your credit card in, you place your order, and it goes to. So now, instead of somebody at the McDonald's counter or the Burger King counter, instead of them taking my order, I now have to do. And I refuse. I will go stand in front of that fucking cashier until somebody comes and takes my order. Now, is that ignorant? I don't know, and I don't care, but I'm not. I absolutely refuse. I am not doing that. Absolutely not. Nick Fortier. Hope I said that Fortier right. I hope it's pronounced Fortier or not Fortier. Value Village has them. I said I'm paying cash. There you go, bro. I've yet to see a debit machine accept cash. I've never tried to stick money in, but if you want to be a good boy and receive an A, you got to use self-checkout. You know what, Andrew? Fuck being a good boy and fuck the A's. There's enough A's with holes behind them around this world. I'm not being an asshole, and I'm not intentionally trying to be difficult. I'm really not. I'm just refusing, you know? I just saw really sorry. You guys are killing it in the comments, and I just cannot keep up. Good point. You ever notice that when you walk into, say, a grocery store and they've got 15 self-checkouts, there's 2 or 3 people walking around to assist you. You know what? Take those 2 people, open 2 lines, open 2 cash registers, and serve those 15 fucking people. See, you're spending the same amount of fucking money on labor. Why am I doing the fucking job? And now you've got 2 people walking around going, Mrs. B, just fucking, yeah, fuck off. And the sad thing is, every time you see one of those lights ding, because if you need assistance, you push a little button and the light dings and one of these cashiers comes over. It's usually an elderly person that maybe isn't quite adapted to the technology or the ability to do it. You know what? Fucking if a 75-year-old woman wants to buy groceries, and you fucking ring her up, man. Don't make the woman do it herself. You know what? She's earned it. She's fucking earned it. Ring her groceries up for her. Put them in the goddamn bag for her, and find some goddamn kid to walk him out to the car for her. Fuck this bullshit. Fuck this bullshit. Yeah. I can march down that road. I like the self-checkout apps. It's all about convenience. Yeah. When AI and technology and algorithms and everything else, because they're already running everything in the world, but when they take over the last bit of our lives, you won't be thinking like that. You won't be thinking of how convenient it is. You'll be wondering where your fucking life went. You'll be wondering where your self-awareness went. You'll be wondering where your person, as a person went. I like, you know what? I like I've got the Tim Hortons app. You know, I can sit here right now and order a Tim Hortons coffee by my house at home. I'm not embracing the change, Kyle. It's not fucking happening. I'm not. I will go down kicking and screaming. And when the day comes and technology fails, and it will eventually, something's going to happen. Eventually, technology will fail. AI will fail. The lights will go off. Everybody that doesn't know any better, you're fucked. Every one of you are fucked. Me? I'll be sitting in my backyard growing my food, fucking with my generator, fucking living my life. 21, you are the man. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I will spend that wisely. Thank you. Kyle, I'm not busting your ass. You and I are 2 different generations. You embrace it. You think it's progressive. You're entitled to think that way. You are absolutely entitled to feel that way. I don't. I'm not trying to drag the 19th century into the 20th century. I'm just trying to slow the 20th century down. I'm trying to slow the world is spinning so fast. I just want to slow it down. I'm not trying to stop it, dude. All I'm trying to do is slow it down a bit. Because right now with AI and algorithms and technology and everything around us, it's ahead of us. It's ahead of us. There is shit out there that they've got that we don't even know about yet. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to. My opinion is my opinion, and it's not worth this fucking cigar. All I'm trying to do is just fucking slow the world down. I don't want to be in a world moving that fast. So don't make me. Don't make me use fucking self-checkouts. Don't make me fucking self this. Don't make me live my life on an app. Don't make me have to fucking rely on a piece of goddamn fucking technology for everything in my life. I don't want to. I want the world to slow down a bit. That's all I want. That's all I want. I'm 52 years old. If I'm lucky, I got 25 years left on this fucking earth. Slow it down a bit, man. That's all I'm asking here. Can't slow down. Sorry, I'm skipping over comments. You guys are just bombing it here. I saw it the other day. A guy came up with a cart full, and the lady had to help him for 5 minutes at least. She could have wrung him out herself in about 4. Scott, absolutely right. They're going cashless, hence the infrastructure work for high speed. Nick, you know what? You're right. They are going cashless. I don't know what the time frame for that is, but it's not far. It's not far. Get over yourself, Dar. Jesus Christ. Cat fund. That's not cat fund. My food lands in my backyard all day long. Big fat fuckers. Cat toilet paper bonds. 10-year. Not quite. The embrace should be into gardens and homesteading. Wizard, I agree. I'm not saying that everybody should run out right now and go, start planting their gardens or learn all that, but at least know something, preparing you for social credit system. Scott, it's not going to be long where you won't even have a bank card. You won't have a debit card. You won't have a Visa card. You won't have a driver's license in your wallet. It's all going to be on a goddamn chip, and it's going to be in your wrist, or it's going to be in your fucking back of your head, or it's all going to be, dude, everything that you are, everything that makes you Scott Walker is going to be on a fucking microchip. Everything. You won't, you're I don't know if you're Canadian or American. So if you're a Canadian, your OHIP, your license, your insurance, your fucking your all your banking information, your Visa, MasterCard, American Express, your pension, your everything that you are as a man that makes up Scott Walker is going to be on a chip. And there's nothing you can do. Absolutely nothing you can do. Brian, the devil's speeding things up, for he knows he has a short time left, as mentioned in the Bible. Well, Ronald, you know what? In that case there, my friend, I will take your word. I'm not a religious man, and I have not read the Bible cover to cover. So if you're going to say it's in there, I will take your word for it. I truly will. I'll walk up to the counter, and Brian will be in the AARP line still looking at the menu. Fuck off, Kyle. You know what, dude? Whatever. My life doesn't have to move that fast. If you're in that much of a hurry in your life, and you're living your life in that much of a hurry, just think of all the shit you're missing. I don't miss much. Do I drive my truck fast and do my job fast, and business-wise, do I try to be as fast and efficient as I can? Yes. But do I live my life fast? No, my friend, I don't. I don't live a fast life. I used to. When I was younger, I used to. And I missed a lot. I try not to miss. Mr. Bees, that's not a question you're supposed to ask. But I will answer it with the only comment that you're ever going to hear me say when you guys ask me how the girl's running. She's doing what she should. And that's the only thing I'm going to say. She's doing what she should. Going through the Rockies in a winter storm, and oops, your digital dash blacks out. Andrew, absolutely right. Going through anywhere, and your digital equipment shits the bed. It's not infallible. It's not bulletproof. Nick, we can get started on that too if you want, but mandates, government, no cash for you. Truckers prove that. You're goddamn right we did. Goddamn right we did. Goddamn right we did. I made a comment. I was on Cordova's live the other day, and I made a comment that he was asking me about the convoy in Ottawa, and I said then that yeah, he asked if we were there, and because he was looking at some of my old videos back when we at the convoy, and I said yeah, I was at that convoy, and my truck and Dar and I rolled our truck onto Wellington Street, and we were parked up in front of the Parliament buildings. We were part of the first people, the first wave that rolled in. And aside from the birth of my children and having my children and marrying Darlene, that was one of the proudest moments of my fucking life. And the government could do nothing but kick us in the dick and try to run us out of town. Mandates, they mandated us. It's just a shit show. It was one of the greatest things I've ever done in my life, and I would do it again tomorrow if it ever happened. Fistful of Jesus, don't do that. Fistful of dollars. What's up, people? Well, we're up. Red or blue pill? Do I want to stay connected to the Matrix or not? Old school, new school. I'm unplugged. Dude, I am unplugged. I am not in the Matrix. I once used a Bible paper to roll a joint. I've never done that, but I understand because it's almost like onion paper. It'd probably make a really good rollie, wouldn't it? I didn't learn much. I don't imagine you did. Yeah, man, my tattoo says, live fast, die young. Always thought it'd be hilarious at 90. Bro, I'm not going to make it to 90. I can guarantee you that, but I'd like to make it well comfortably into my 70s, mid 70s. Stop and smell the roses, Brian. You know what? That's what life should be about. Life shouldn't be so goddamn fast. It shouldn't be so goddamn fast that you can't stop and smell the roses. And I don't mean literally stop and smell fucking roses. But if you're running your life in high speed and in top gear, you don't know what you're missing. You don't know what you're fucking missing. So much of life is going by you, and so many cool little things, so many of the little intricate things in life go by you and you never fucking see them. And then, you know, I didn't want to be this, and I was going to be this guy 25 years ago. I was going to be the guy laying on my deathbed at 75 years old going, well, what did I see? What have I got in my life? Nothing. And you know what? I don't want to be that guy, and I'm not going to be that guy. And you can't drag me into the 20th century and say, you are going to be this way. You are going to live your life this way. No, I'm not. No government or mandate is going to tell me how I'm going to live my life. You can put obstructions in front of me. You can put fucking mandates in front of me. You can affect my job, my welfare, my well-being in that way. Ass down, face up, every girl should run. You got it. But you cannot make me live the way you want me to live. I'm going to live my goddamn life the way I want to fucking live it. And there's nothing anybody can do about that. I don't give a fuck who you are. Trudeau, Biden, fuck you all. You can mandate the shit out of us, but you can't make us live how you want us to live. Eventually, like you learned with the convoy, you're going to push too far. And you're going to push one time too far, and it's going to come back to bite you in the ass. So there's my fucking rant. It's not my call, Santa. You know what? It is my call. How I live my life and at the speed I live my life is my fucking call. It's nobody else's call. You guys can run the world as fast as you want. How I choose to be in that world is entirely up to me. 100% up to me. Atta girl. Karen, absolutely agree with you. Good for you. There you go. Congratulations. Nevada, yeah, see, Dar had it all wrong, Nevada. She's always ass up and face down. I don't know. Pooh Holler, how's it going? Well, Pooh Holler, we're doing all right. I just finished a pretty decent rant. Hey, I'm hurt. You didn't use my preferred pronouns. Fuck off. Face down, ass up. I'm multitasking. Well, yeah, see, you're living your life too fast if you're having to multitask that, bro. Death is not your call, Santa. Dar wants you till 90. Death is what it is, Justa. Dildo. Death is what it is. Dude, it could be right outside this fucking window right here on my truck right here, right now. I can't outrun it. Neither can you. It is what it is. It happens when it happens. When your number's pulled, your number's pulled. When it's time to go, it's time to go. Wizard, now you're getting creative, eh? Face up, ass up. I need 2 women for that, and I'm up for that if Dar is. So face up, ass up, whatever. TBT's talking spit roast. Now we're getting somewhere. What are you thinking there, TBT? Good for you, Karen. Absolutely, you're welcome. Bless you. Fistful of dollars. Rates suck. Now here, I'm not gonna piss people off here. I'm not gonna try to piss people off here, but I might. We're talking about rates, right? And how rates suck. And for this time and age right now, they do. What's going on, Fate? Glad you're here, brother. Now, some of you guys are going to fucking jump on me for this. Fate, you're probably going to be one of them. Nevada is he's probably sitting in his chair right now, just ready to fucking go. But rates are what they are right now. Now, I want you guys to go back fucking 2 years because rates went through the fucking roof and everybody was running around with $5 and $6 a mile rates. And they were running around with $5 and $6 a mile loads. And everybody cashed in on that. They were running. They were all going fucking crazy. Everybody was making money. Everybody was cashing in on this big money. The problem was everybody's lifestyle and expenses all or toys and everything all followed the rates up. Then the rates came back down and crashed. Now there isn't a double end to this because some of the things that didn't come down with it, but the rates came down and crashed, and everybody's going, "Oh, the rates have crashed." If you go back to just prior to when all those rates went up, when everybody's rates was getting those $5 and $6 a mile loads, if you go back to just prior to that, that's where we're at right now. Your rates right now are just prior. I'm sorry, my fucking mouth ain't working, but just prior to when the rates jacked. The rates didn't crash. They just came back to where they were, comparatively speaking, before the rates went through the roof, right? But everybody got all that fucking money and went out and bought all this exuberant shit. Their lifestyles changed. Everybody went up, and then the rates came back down to where they were pre-COVID, and everybody lost their shit going, "Oh my God, rates have crashed." No, they didn't. They came right back down to where they were. They might be, I'm not saying it's exactly, if freight was $225 a mile, then maybe it's $215 to $210 now. Yeah, okay, maybe there's a little fluctuation. That was a Hemi. Anyway, that's what that is. Now, on the off side of that, to offset, fuel went up and has not come down. So yeah, you're taking a kick on the dick. You're taking a kick in the dick because your rates came back down to pre-COVID, but fuel did not. Now, you guys are welcome to chime in here and scream and yell and tell me I'm fucking wrong, but I did look at this and I did talk to a couple other guys. One of them is in here, and I'm not going to call him out, but and that's just That's just kind of the way I saw that. Now, I don't run that way. I prefer not to run that way. I'm set up the way I am set up for a reason. So we just threw the link up. Anybody that wants to come in and argue with me, that's fine. I'm not going to argue with you, but you're welcome to come in and discuss it. The fuel increase is an equivalent to lower rates. No, it's not. No, it's not. Gun terms in the house. Glad you're here. Bull of the Woods. Just taking a sec to stop by. Well, before you fuck off, TJ, hold on. I was talking about you earlier. We were in Cordova's. I know, and you guys have already heard this, but TJ just got here, so I'm going to re-talk about this quickly. We were in Cordova's live this morning before it crashed and went off the rails. But you made a comment, dude, about me being in Philadelphia and ranting. No, I wasn't. I did 2 separate videos. One was a rant, and I was in New York State for that. The video of me in Philly. Dude, if I was any calmer, you'd have had to check me for a pulse or wake me up. I think you got your videos. I don't either that or you're watching videos so fast that it just all blurred, turned into one blur. Oh, you were joking. Okay. I see now, TJ. All right. You were joking. All right. That's all good. Just a dildo, $2.49 a liter here. Diesel is $2.49 a liter. It is. It's about $2.49. I think at the J in Napanee, I think it's $2.49. I think it was $2.50 something in London. Dude, TJ, it takes more than traffic. Fucking traffic doesn't wind me up anymore. Trust me, I can sleep through a fucking traffic jam. It's not worth getting excited over. I can't do anything about it, right? $2.49. I was gonna just quickly do the conversion on that. It's for the Americans because the Americans are shitting, they're freaking out, and they're losing they lose their fucking minds down here when fuel is like $5.75, $5.90. $6. Now, if you're running a fucking 6 mile per gallon truck, yeah, you know, it's expensive. But if you're running like a normal truck, it's not that bad because I'm not going to sit here and do the math because then I got to look up what the dollar conversion is from Canadian to US and everything. But $2.49 a liter is north of. It's just south of $7 a gallon. Once you do the conversion, somebody in here is going to fucking do it. Cause I know there's a couple of Canadians in here. No, that's not $9 a gallon. It's just south of $7 a gallon. Jesus Christ, Stuart, what are you doing?
I'm coming down some country back road to my house. So the damn thing just sees the line and it lets me know I'm getting close to it.
Jesus.
So
what was that, your GPS?
No, it's the collision thing. It just lets me know that so it has like this built-in rumble strip. So if you get too close to the line, it just starts rumbling and it's like, hey, you're getting too close to the center line or to the I have to turn it off every like 15 minutes. So
I've got all of those fucking I've got all of those turned off on Dar's car.
Yeah, like I can't turn it off, right? I mean, I've just got like an override button on the dash, and it go, it's like maybe 20 minutes. It does it. So, but I want to talk about rates for a second, because, and look, I'm probably going to get a lot of hate for this and be against the American truck driver and all the other stuff. Trust me, I'm not. I'm just trying to be a reality check of what's going on. Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about AI and manipulating rates recently.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff going on with self-driving trucks. Okay.
Yeah.
The reason this stuff is being pushed so hard by corporations is because of the American truck driver. It's just because we don't know what we need to be profitable. Okay. Um, we have priced ourselves out of a market. We've got, when freight was moving for $6, $7, $8, $9 a mile.
Yeah.
Okay, that is not sustainable to someone like Procter and Gamble or Kellogg's or whoever. So Walmart. So what they had to do is we've forced their hand on for them to make cheap, or not cheap freight, but make it predictable. They want to be able to say, hey, this freight's going to cost me so much to move. And with the combination of COVID and the abundance of freight that needed to be moved, we saw these crazy high rates, right?
Right.
And truck drivers, and I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of it as well. I charge $10 a mile on some loads. I mean, I took a load across country for $17,000. Unheard of, right?
Yeah.
But what that has done is, like I said, has forced these companies' hands to look at alternatives. If that means AI to demand a rate from brokerages, or to look at companies like Embark, which are pushing self-driving trucks.
Yeah.
And I've done some research in this. Everyone go to Embark Technologies and look at their timeline for. They're saying 2023 they want self-driving trucks on the road with no driver in it. By 2026, they have some ridiculous amount of miles they want to have completed with no driver in the truck. And they have hubs all across the country already to move this freight.
I don't know anything about the hubs, but I know about what you're talking about.
Here's the problem, right? When you can move a truck across country and it's 40% more efficient as far as time, because it doesn't have to take the brakes and everything like that.
Correct.
How do we compete as a human being against that with the rates and everything like that? We do not have the ability to compete with that. And unfortunately, from what I think has happened, because we don't know our numbers, because we don't know how much we need to survive, and we treat each load like that's the last load we're ever going to get, what we have done is we have priced ourselves out of the market. We are too as a industry, as a small trucking carrier, or independent. We are too volatile for these big companies, and that's the reality behind it. Because that is, these investors, they want predictability. They want to be able to say, hey, we know this is roughly what it's going to cost, give or take the price of fuel, or a little, little things like that.
Right.
But when you have things like COVID and rates have gone 5 times their normal price, what's a CEO of a company going to do? They're not going to put up with that. Their job is to fix them problems and source alternative methods. And so I believe we're at, if anything like this company Embark says, and what the number or the dates they're saying and projecting, the American truck driver era is over. It's gone. It's gone. We can forget about it. And I mean, and I don't want to be doom and gloom on the industry, but the reality is everything through time. I mean, you look at the American, car manufacturer worker, line worker, replaced by a computer, robotic arms, and I feel that at the end of the day, you, me, Nevada, whoever the hell else is out there, right? If it's an independent, all of us on YouTube, we're just a number at the end of the day. We move freight from A to B, and the rates are going to get so cheap as this technology gets better and more of it becomes available, that we just can't compete anymore. We will get weaned out of it, just because they will either bankrupt us or people will get out of it.
Well, it's important with what you just said there because they'll bankrupt us. Because think about it in these terms here. Companies like, for example, and we'll use Walmart, we'll use P&G, we'll use, these are multi-billion-dollar companies. We're not talking million-dollar companies, right? Now, if it's costing them this much to do the job with us driving these trucks, if they have to spend $1 billion to go AI, algorithm, automation, automated trucks, they will. Just so they can save $20 billion having to deal with us, having to take breaks, can't drive all year round. Just so much, we take the human out of take the human element out of it. They are willing to pay billions of dollars to remove the human element. And that's what they're doing. And by doing that, like you just said, we're all done. I'll be done. You'll be done. Fuck, we'll all be done because there's going to be hubs everywhere. You and I are going to be standing in one of these hubs. That's where we're going to be working. And even then, we probably won't even be standing and working in one of the hubs. They'll all be fully automated as well.
I mean, it could eventually get to that point. I mean, obviously, I see it coming, right? It's definitely coming. But after doing the research in these, 2023 and 2026, what this company is pushing for, and the technology, I mean, they've got YouTube videos. You just go to Embark, and it's got so much. I mean, I didn't realize they're partnered with Warner, they're partnered with US Express, they're partnered with Walmart, they're partnered with DHL. There is so many companies that this Embark company is partnered with, right?
It's money, buddy.
And the crazy thing is, they don't even need to buy new trucks. Warner doesn't need to buy new automated trucks. This technology mounts onto the mirrors and has sensors that mount into the truck which already exists.
No shit. I didn't know that. I thought that they were going to have to come out with full new spectrum of vehicles.
Well, nor did I. That's what I thought, right? But no, that's what makes this unique is the fact that it is, they can retrofit any truck to do this stuff. And, as the technology gets better, they will probably, partner with the big manufacturers and say, hey, look, we have this technology. Can we sell it as a paired package? Right. I mean, that's ultimately the long game. That's not going to happen right off the bat. But that to me is even scarier because these companies are now finding ways to sell this product and this technology to companies that have 8,000 trucks on the road already.
Yeah.
So they can slowly wean out the driver, over say a 10-year period. And
I don't think they're going to need 10 years, Stuart.
No, they're already saying 2023. They are pushing for a truck to go down the road with no driver in there as an emergency backup. And then there was another date in 2026. Their goal is to complete so many miles. I mean, I'm not sure if it's millions or billions of miles. By 2026. But here's the thing, and people will say, well, they've got to get it to go through government. The companies we're talking about are the ones that lobby with government, like the hours of service, or now you have to do now you have to go to a training school before you can get your CDL. You have to do so many hours at a training school. These big megas and these big companies are the ones that do that. These are the ones that lobby for that. It's not me, it's not you, it's and so if these big companies have got billions tied up in self-driving trucks, do you think they're going to lobby for self-driving trucks? Of course they are. It's a no-brainer, So at the minute, what we have going on right now, that I feel, is we've had this big pandemic. We've seen rates go through the roof. No CEO of a Fortune 500 company wants to see that ever happen again.
No.
So now what they're doing, we have all these stars aligning, right? You talk about driver shortages, this, that, and the other. We have forced the industry's hand by charging these outrageous rates, and we've priced ourselves out. And so now they have to do something to make sure it never happens again. And it's our own fault because we don't know our numbers and we're not business savvy like that.
Agreed. But Kevin Cooley I just put the question, the thing up there. He's talking about the just wait for a couple of accidents and lawsuits because people dying because of sensor. Kevin, that money is already in the bank for those lawsuits.
It already happens every day with Swift or War. These drivers that fall asleep
Warner,
behind the wheel, guy on the phone.
Exactly. JB Hunt, Swift, Warner, Express, all of those big companies that are going down this road, that are lobbying for this, that are going to run all these trucking companies. That lawsuit money is already sitting there in the bank, and there's a room full of lawyers just sitting around with their thumbs in their ass waiting. It's already in place, dude.
Let me ask.
You're talking, okay, this may be millions of dollars in lawsuits and maybe even into the billions. The money's already there. They are already prepared for it.
Like I've said, think of it from a lawyer's perspective. Okay, you want to go after a driver. Okay, was that driver on his cell phone? Was he fucking with the radio? Was he picking his nose? Was he jerking off while he was driving? I mean, there is a million things that I could come up with to try and, say this driver is unsafe. Now let's take it with an AI system, right, that drives itself. Okay, this system is this system is programmed to do this. We have a black box. Technology already exists on airplanes. We know exactly what happens when an airplane goes down. This computer told this to do this. It did this. It wasn't the computer's fault. This sensor was sending a signal. This was operating properly, but this four-wheeler came in and only gave 90 feet of stopping room for the truck. Who's at fault? The system is proven. We can prove that it was working, whereas you can't prove what a driver was doing.
Right.
So when you look at the technology is already there. As a lawyer, I would rather fight the human's incapability or distractions or whatever it may be than a computer which is proven all day long.
Right. And what's coming even farther down the line is you won't even have that scenario anyway, Stu, because the computer in the car will be talking shortly to the computer in the truck, and those accidents won't happen. The four-wheeler won't have the ability to cut off the truck or only give it 87 feet instead of 90, because the computer in the car will soon be talking to the computer in the truck, and the car beside it, and the car behind it, and the car in front of it. All of them are all going to be talking together. All the computers are all going to be linked and talking to each other, and that kind of shit won't be happening.
If I told you that technology already exists with airplanes. If there's two planes on a collision course in the sky, there's warning systems that tell them you're on a collision course with this plane. Take action right now.
Absolutely.
It already exists.
They've got it on rail trains as well.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They've got it on trains as well. It's not an impossible task. It's already in our society in certain things, like you said, airplanes, trains, whatever. It's not a far stretch to think that shortly you'll be going down the fucking highway and you'll go to do something and the car won't let you because the computer in the car thinks that you don't have enough room to do that, and it just won't happen. Or the goddamn car will be driving itself anyway. You're just a passenger.
Here's the thing, right? This will be implemented not so much from a technology standpoint. It will be a cost standpoint. That will be the determining factor. How much money is it going to take in government to lobby this? How much money can we save? It's not about whether the technology works. Is the technology safe? It's all about money. You've got to follow the money. And when these corporations see, okay, look, yeah, it might cost us $20 billion to lobby this and get this stuff implemented to where we can do this, but if we can save 50 billion over 5 years, it's a no-brainer,
right?
And that's when these changes are going to come.
And what you're talking about is when the lobbyists say it's going to cost us 20 billion, they don't give a flying fuck, because that 20 billion has been donated by companies that have that kind of money to just throw at it.
Hang on one sec. I just got to back up here. Give me 2 seconds, okay?
Oh wow, an Englishman's gonna back up. Can we watch this? You put the fucking camera on. I want to see this.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you guys can see that. It's a tight. I got that tree in my trailer. I got to back it in between, and then I got a tractor here. So I'm gonna mute it because that buzzing's probably annoying.
I wanted to see him take out the fucking tree. Let's get caught up on some of these comments here. Sorry, guys. Did anybody see the DeWalt lawnmower blow up at the trade show? I did not, but I would like to. If it's on YouTube, please let us know where that was. Live loads are going extinct. You got to be part of a big player. Possibly. Last week there's video. I gave ET Transport the finger today. They are fucked. They don't want people. Actually, Nick, you're right. They don't want people to control vehicles at all or own them. Driving is one of the last analog things we have to do. You're not far off on that one. I went into the office today. Bulldog. I went in the office today. That went back in beside me. His door must have opened when he was setting it, and it crushed the door and broke off the trailer. Felt bad for the owner operator. I feel bad for any owner operator when I see them crunch up their any kind of their own equipment. That sucks balls. You know what, Robin? It's getting a little squirrely off the side here. I've got one piece out here that's just kind of doing its own fucking thing. Hold on. There we go. There we go.
Well, I made it in the hole. I got it in the hole.
Yeah, I put a little fur around it. You found it?
Yeah, sure did. One pull up. That was it. I'll take that.
Yeah, Scott. Yeah, right. The microphone in the car will say something. We'll hear you say something the government doesn't like and lock the doors and take you to a re-education camp. Dude.
Where was that? Where was that happening? Don't know. That was Australia, I think, with the whole the vaccine thing where they were putting them in camp. Was it down in Australia they did that? If you refuse to get vaccinated, they were putting you in camp.
Successful. I don't know if they were successful with it. I know Australia. They were trying to do it. They were trying to do it in Canada here. The camps were built. They had the camps. Everything was in place, and they were fully expecting all the people that were not going to be compliant with COVID and the mandates and have to get the 2 shots. They were fully expecting to round all those people up and put them in these camps, but it never happened. It never happened. The Bulldog thought you were nomadic Brit the whole time. They sound identical. No, they don't.
Not even close.
Nomadic Brit is got a very slowed down. He's almost like a southern boy from England. He's got this slowed down drawl talk English with the English accent. Stuart's a little more chip chop when he talks with the English accent.
Yeah, I'm like an Englishman on cocaine, I guess, or something.
No, you're not. Believe me, I've hung around with Englishmen on cocaine, and you're not. I can still understand you. Jack up an Irishman or a Scots or an Englishman on fucking coke and then try to have a conversation with them. Not happening, man. Not happening.
My stepmother, she's Scottish. She's from Glasgow, and she's got that real strong Glaswegian accent. Oh my god! I mean, just when you talk to her normally, she sounds like a damn drunk. So, and I tell her that. So, and she's really real intimidating.
Yeah.
So.
I myself enjoy listening to fucking like the Scots, the Irish, and the English. When you guys get absolutely loaded, it is the funniest bunch of gibberish to ever fucking listen to. It really is.
Oh boy. All right, well, I'm gonna get off here because I just got home and I'm gonna spend some time with the kids. So I will.
Go do that, brother.
Yeah, I will. I will check in with you guys on the next one. Okay.
All right, thanks for popping in.
Later,
pleasure,
mate.
Brother.
Later.
There you go. There's your 2 cents from our English friend. Now, whether you agree with Stuart or not, that's entirely up to you. But I will say that is not that there is not a stupid guy. I've been listening to fucking Stuart talk and Stuart around for over a year now. And he's one of those guys that I don't always agree with him. I respect what he says. I don't always agree with him, but every once in a while, and I've said this before as well, every once in a while, a little fucking golden nugget of information will fall out of his mouth that I can pick up and use. He's one of those guys that you don't have to like him and you don't always have to agree with him, but fucking listen to him, because most of the time he does know what the hell he's talking about. I'm not trying to fucking boost his ego. I know if he's listening, and he's an Englishman, so his fucking head is already this big anyway. But anyway, the OPE Expo. Is that the expo you were talking about with where the lawnmower blew up? I'll definitely. Well, I'm just making a note of that. I want to check that out. I'd love seeing shit like that. I really do. Mr. Bees, I think you're using imperial gallons. Oh no, you're not. 3.78. Okay. Times $2.49. Yeah, but you got to convert the $2.49 to US. So what's $2.49 to US, and then multiply it by 3.78541. I don't know what the Canadian conversion or the US conversion of 249 is, probably about $2. I think, what's the Canadian dollar right now? Almost $1.40. I saw your shirt and I was surprised you don't back off having a governed truck yourself. You must get hung out there sometimes. Well, Bulldog, you know what? I'm doing a bit of an experiment right now. Sorry, somebody sent a text. It's one of those things I just have to fucking look. I don't know why. I'm doing an experiment right now. I'm messing around with my fuel mileage, and so what I've done is I've opened up my truck to 75. I regoverned it at 75. I can't go over 75. I'm trying to collect data by doing a couple other things, and then I'm going to make a couple of videos about it. My fuel mileage on this truck, and again, I run a fuel mileage truck, right? I don't run fast. I don't do certain things because I'm paid by the mile, and I try very hard to keep my speed at a certain level, because I can get 8.7, 8.8, 8.9, almost 9 miles per gallon doing that, and my fuel savings make up for the slower speed and the lack of miles. And I don't lose on a lack of miles, right? I still run 3,000 miles a week in a truck that's governed 65 miles an hour. But I have been doing an experiment lately where I've been moving up in increments. Okay. I've been moving up in increments in my speed, using my cruise control at certain increments, and logging the speed and the fuel mileage by pen and paper, not by what the computer on the dash says. So I've been trying to see if I could either get my fuel mileage, if increasing my speed and using my cruise control, if I can get my fuel mileage to go up, or if it's going to go down, or if it's going to stay the same. And I'm trying, and I'm going to log that, and I'll make a video about that eventually. Right now, I have found over the last week, instead of running at 63, I've been able to run myself up to about 66, 67 miles an hour. And actually, my fuel mileage has gone up. It hasn't jumped up. It hasn't gone from like 8.8, 8.9, or sorry, 8.7 to 8.8 up to 9.2 or 9.3. But I've been able to run consistently in the high eights. I'm now running consistently 8.7, 8.8 to 9. Now, I'm going to run that for a little bit more, right? I'm going to run that a little bit longer and see if that's consistent, because I've only run out west. So I ran this week. I've run, 1,200 miles or 1,100 miles on flat ground. And now I've come down south. So I've run up and down the hills, up and down 81 and 95 and everything like that. So when I've been able to compile enough data running on all different locations and all different terrain, then I'm going to put out the video showing, okay, this is what I've been able to find. But right now, taking the truck up to 67, 68 miles an hour, my fuel mileage has actually gone up a few points. If I go by what the dash on the computer says, in the last 3,000, hold on a second here. I just checked it before I turned the truck off because I was sending it to somebody else. But in the last 3,356.5 miles, my truck has averaged 9.1 miles per gallon. So that's running the trip out east through Michigan. That's doing like 6 drops out through Michigan, Indiana, reloading in Chicago or Elgin, and then coming all the way back and then getting this load and coming down here. Okay. This truck is running 9.1 miles per gallon. The average weight, because I've had the load going out, was 43,000 pounds going out. Now I did get lighter because I was dropping off, but my load in Elgin, picking up in Elgin, coming back all the way back, that was a straight load coming all the way back. That was 38,000 pounds. And then this load that I came down to out of Iroquois, our yard out of Iroquois, coming down there, I started out, I was 39,000 pounds. I dropped 6,000 pounds in Baltimore. I dropped it off in 3 drops. So again, I got lighter, and then I ran 260 whatever miles from down there down to here empty. So that gave me a little bit of a boost. But if I go by what the computer's telling me, it's telling me right now that I'm at 9.1 miles per gallon on 3,356 miles. I'm good. I'm good with that. I truly am. I got no, and if I went just by what the computer said, now I don't. I log my mileage and my fuel, and I do everything pen on paper. I don't trust the computer 100%, but if the computer says it's at 9.1, it's probably at either 8.9 or 9. I'm good with that, running 67, 68 miles an hour. So I'll try it again. I have a 308 differential. I got 308 rear end in this thing, right? So I can comfortably run this thing up to 75 miles an hour, and I'm only at 1,400 RPM. Like I'm not hurting my engine by running at 75 miles an hour. Will I hurt my fuel mileage? I'll find out. But it's going to take me a while to compile that data. So TBT gets 8.9 running southeast. What's your average speed, TBT? You guys running balls to the wall? Nick, talk to you later. Thanks for stopping in. No, Bulldog, you're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. I agree with that 100%. And something that I push when we're working with guys, like new guys that want to become, that are company guys that want to be owner operators, and they're going to buy their truck, say they're buying a new truck and they can spec it themselves, or if they don't have the money to buy a new truck, but they're going to buy a used truck, this is what you look for. Yeah, we break it all down for them, right? Your motor, transmission. If you guys want to know what this truck is running, you know what? I run, I've got a DD15 in this thing. I've got it set at 475 horsepower. My torque setting is at 1720. I have a 12-speed automated, and I've got 308 rear ends on this. Those are the main set. That's the main setup on this truck. And with that, that's what I'm getting right now. I get the same fuel mileage, old school. Mostly, okay, TBT 64 to 68, mostly 68. You know what, bro? There's nothing wrong with that fuel mileage. There's nothing wrong with 8.9 running. Fucking, if that's the speed you're running, keep doing what you're doing. I get the same MPG at 71, 72 as I do at 65. Well, you know what, old school? I'm sort of kind of discovering that with this truck right here, right? I ran it for a year at 63, 64. Occasionally I'd kick it up to 65 because it was governed to 65. I'm finding now that at 67, 68, my fuel mileage has actually gone up a couple of points. When I get up into this, you start running it at 69, 70, 71. I'll see where it is. I'll see where that is. So I'm kind of interested to see where it is. I want to see where, if I find out, if I get up to the higher numbers and my fuel mileage tanks, I'll take it back down to 63, 6. I made as much money on miles running at 65 miles an hour or 63, 64 miles an hour as I do at 70. Running 70 miles an hour doesn't get me enough miles, extra miles in a day to make up for the fuel that I would burn. It just doesn't, right? At the end of the day, at the end of 11 hours of driving at 65 miles an hour and a guy running 70 miles an hour, that time that you're going to get to that place before me, if we're both going to the same place, the time that you're going to get there ahead of me, I'm going to save more in fuel. So you getting there faster doesn't make you any more money. I mainly run heavy through mountains, and lifetime average is 7.5 with a 455 D13 Volvo. So I'm gonna take a guess. Okay. You've obviously D13. Is it an automated? Is it an iShift? Because the ideal Volvo setup, and I know this because A, I owned one, and B, when I was at ET, we did experiment after experiment after experiment with those Volvos. Bulldog, he may not be lying. It depends on his setup. Okay. If he's got the D13 Volvo motor at 455 and he's got the iShift with overdrive, and that's I think it's ATO something, and if it's going to have a designated letter on the end of it, that'll show you that it's an overdrive. If he's got the 455 D13 12-speed automated, or he's got the iShift with overdrive, and he's either got a 264 rear end or he's got like a 336 rear end, that number is attainable. He can do that with that truck running heavy. I know for a fact he can. I've done it. I know he can do it. I know that number is not bullshit. So many factors to look at in the trucking equations: hills, weight, wind, weather, hot weather. It's really hard to pinpoint. It is, Mr. Bees. And we're about to come into another factor of that as well. It's fuel, right? Most trucks lose half a mile per gallon when we switch to winter fuel. The guys that run the southern states, anything south of the Mason-Dixon, you guys don't run winter fuel down here. But on Canada and all the northern states, they have to run winter fuel. That winter fuel, yeah, see, I called it. Look at that. iShift with 264s. God damn, I'm fucking good. Let me pat myself on the shoulder here. That winter fuel, like I know for a fact that let's just say this truck runs 9 miles to the gallon, okay? That 9 miles to the gallon all winter long is going to drop down to 8.5. I lose half a mile per gallon, and that's because of the additives in the winter fuel. 8 miles a gallon right now is very good, but it's not fantastic anymore like it was 2 years ago. Guys running 8 miles a gallon 2 years ago were fucking superstars. 8 miles a gallon right now is not the shit. It is very good. It's awesome. But now they've got trucks, the new Volvo, the 2023 Volvos, the 2023 Cascadias, the 2023 or even the 22 680 next gens, the Kenworths. Those things are fucking 9 mile per gallon trucks right out the gate. Right out the box, right off the fucking showroom floor there, 9 mile per gallon trucks. So if you're running an 8 mile per gallon truck, you're doing well. But just know that 2 years from now, just like 2 years ago when we were all, happy running at 7 and guys were getting 8 and they were superstars, 2 years from now, all of us running, all the guys now running at 8 are going to be going, oh God, the guys running at 9, 9.5 are superstars. It's just evolution of the trucks. The trucks are just getting more and more fuel efficient. And the way pricing is on trucks right now, fuck. Have a 23. I would love you have a 23. I would love I would love the 23 Cascadia. If I had unlimited funds, I'd like the 23 next gen, the T680. That's just a gorgeous truck. It's a comfortable truck. I've been in one. I've driven one, taken it for a test drive and put it through its paces. Fantastic fucking truck. Love it. I would not go with the new, and Pete has it as well in theirs. I wouldn't go with that all new digital dash. Just too many fucking things to go wrong and way too expensive to fix if you don't have warranty. But I love that 680. Old school. I'm in a 23 VNL 760. Nice truck, man. Nice truck. Comfortable truck. I'll bet you're happy with it. The only thing more comfortable than the 760 is the 860. I was looking at one today. I sent Dar a picture of one today, actually. It was lime fucking green. But they are so comfy. That Bulldog, that heavy haul Volvo probably has super truckers and large cars running at 4 miles a gallon through the mountains laughing at them. Let them laugh. You may get to the top of the hill faster than me, but I'm gonna have fucking $100 more in fuel in my pocket at the top of that hill. You're only gonna beat me by fucking 5 or 6 truck lengths. I'm not in that big of a fucking hurry. I'm really not. I'm not in that big of a hurry that I need to race up a fucking hill. I don't need to have a 550 or 600 horsepower engine, have 2,000 fucking 2,100 in torque. I don't need to have that to get to the top of the hill, to be the first to the hill, at the top of the hill. I don't need that, man. You know what? I'm quite happy with this. You get to the top of the hill. Dude, I had an old Kenworth T800 go by me. Dude, I could tell you right now, he probably had a 3406 or an early model C15 in there. He had that thing cracked out, had to be over 600 horse with a 13 speed or an 18 speed. He had a set of joints on going up the fucking hill, and he was grabbing gears going up that hill. It took the decals clean off my truck. Jesus Christ. I can tell you right now, that one hill cost him $60 in fuel. My hill cost me five. Yeah, I know Velox is selling his hood truck TBT. Why do you think he's selling it? You know exactly. You know as well as I do. I think you were in on his live yesterday. I know exactly why he's selling it. I don't blame him one single bit. He was actually talking about the Cascadias and the new Cascadias or he's not buying a new one. I don't think he's going out to buy a new one, but he's looking at a used one. Dude, if he waits another fucking 11 months, he can buy this one. I'll sell him this one. This thing's a goddamn proven moneymaker. It runs high 8s and low 9s. I can't complain about that. Got a run. Didn't realize it was so late. Had a blast. Great live stream as usual. Hopefully catch you on the next one. Take care. Thanks, Scott, for stepping in, man. Appreciate that. You know what? Sorry, Robin. I did not see you there. We're going to bring the freaky Canuck in here.
Freaky Canuck?
Yeah, that's me.
Sorry, brother. You know what? I get caught up in the comments and caught up what I'm saying, and it's just a little teeny box when and it doesn't flash, it doesn't do nothing. And if I don't look down, I don't see it. So I wasn't ignoring you. Sorry, man. I don't know how long you've been sitting there.
No worries. No worries. I could still listen to you, but I just can't chat.
Oh, okay. My apologies, though. Like I said, I don't know how long you were sitting there.
Don't apologize, man.
Kiss his feet. Come on.
What are my thoughts on the PACCAR lease trucks used in Canada to be a good buy? You know what? The problem with the PACCAR, I'm not going to say anything about the PACCAR trucks because the Kenworth and the Peterbilt trucks themselves are good. I wouldn't trust that PACCAR motor. I don't know what it is about it. I don't know anybody that's run them successfully. Hey, it's the farmer. How's things going, you farmer?
Okay. I got my ammo now. Finally, after 6 months, finally got ammo.
Did you?
Yeah.
I haven't watched your short yet, but Dar said you put up a short. You were shooting off some of your guns.
Yeah, I almost fucking fell on my ass. I've never shot this gun yet. I just picked this one up. 1917 Bar 98. It's a German infantry rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And holy fuck, 8mm Mauser.
Now the cat's hard of hearing.
Yeah, now the one cat can't hear.
Where were you shooting it off? Just out back?
Yeah, just out back in the gully.
Nice. Just shoot it. What were you shooting at? Hopefully you killed something.
Can of Pringles?
A can of Pringles, yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, you wasted a can of Pringles. Speaking of can of Pringles, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh,
fuck, those bullets are $2.50.
well,
they're
dude,
bigger
don't be
than the
shooting off too
308.
much. You can't afford that.
Fuck. Well, it's better to have them than not to be able to afford them. Oh,
Yeah.
fuck.
It's better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them, right?
Yeah, pretty much. You don't know what kind of ruffians pop out here in the fucking country.
You?
Me? Like, I don't want to be racist or anything, but we have like hitchhikers, and most of them are brown, and I don't mean like the East Indian kind.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, better be safe than sorry. This bullet is a gram. They're 12 grams. Just the bullet head itself is fucking 12 grams.
And how much is one round?
One round in total, 24.8 grams.
Boy, fuck.
Total bullet. Just the head of the bullet is 12 grams.
And you were saying each bullet is how much? 20 or $2?
$2.50 a bullet.
Fuck, man. Go easy on the fucking rounds.
Well,
exactly.
I got 4 boxes, so. But it took me 6 months.
Dar keeps saying that she's coming out there, eh? She wants to come out and play with your guns.
Okay, well, she gets to play with this one first, and then I'll give her the soft ones. I'll give her. She's getting this one first.
Yeah. No
fuck,
shit,
I almost
eh?
fucking went on my ass, man. Holy shit.
Well,
okay. When you watch the short,
it's been a long time since she shot a gun, so I don't even know if Dar's ever shot a gun.
Oh, perfect. Well, maybe I'll start her off slow. Fuck.
Yeah, Mr. Bees is absolutely right. Whatever you're shooting at, you better hit it with the first round because you can't afford to shoot a second one.
Yeah, that's how it is. Exactly. Fucking Trudeau fucked all that shit up on us.
Well, so where did you get them?
No comprende. No comprende.
In other words, that means they fell off a truck.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Took me 6 months.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you want that.
And
Oh, man. And okay, when you watch the short, don't watch the gun. Watch what I'm doing. Because that's the funniest part. I've watched it probably like 20 fucking times. It's so funny.
we couldn't start fucking work today till he watched it a million times.
Oh, yeah, that was funny. My buddy, he came out. He's 74 years old. I told him I got rounds for this gun finally. And he's like, really? Really? And I'm like, you want to come out here and test fire it with me? And I did the first round. He was like, nice. And I'm like, okay, your turn. He's like, I ain't fucking holding.
I'm off to Brandon.
Yeah, I gotta go to Brandon. I need to be able to. I need a good cane arm. He uses a cane, but I got a bruise. I got a bruise from 4 rounds today already.
From taking the recoil.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It like the first time I was thinking, yeah, it shouldn't be too bad, but I put some action into it, and holy fuck, yeah, she kicks like a mule. She's got
no shit, eh?
I can't wait to shoot it at night and see what kind of fireball comes out of this one.
Fuck. I've fired guns before. I've owned guns. In my younger days I had firearms and weapons and shit like that, but I've never fired them off just to see what kind of fucking muzzle flash I could get out of it.
Really? No. Oh fuck, man. I dissect bullets and everything, man. Like I've had rounds from okay, these rounds specifically are from Serbia. Fucking Serbia. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Bees says you got them from the U.S. He says, I bet they came from the U.S.
Yeah, they did come up through the U.S., but they're originally from Serbia, which is unusual because you think like embargoes and weapons and bullets training, but this is a huge manufacturer of, let's call them the Rockefellers. This is a
Yeah.
big company, man. They supply all the fucking armies. Oh, and the funny part is they're full metal jackets. You're not allowed to shoot these at deer. If you get caught with these in your gun, they'll confiscate your weapons and then fine you $15,000 if you're caught shooting a deer with one of these.
But it's okay
Like,
to shoot a trespasser, right?
Oh, they're not going to find them. No, the land of 100,000 lakes, my friend. The
Yeah,
land
I
of
hear ya.
100,000 lakes.
Yeah, I don't have 100,000 lakes, but we've got enough. We've got enough fucking vacant property north of us that same deal. You'll never find
Yeah,
the
well,
body.
let a bear get a hold of it. Just make sure you cut the fingers off and rip the teeth out.
I don't even have to do that, dude. You know how many
Oh.
pig farms there are in my within 5 miles of my
Oh,
house?
Picton. Okay, that's what I call my farm, is Picton's Neverland Ranch. It's kind of a dig in at Michael Jackson and Picton. But that's
Yeah.
what I call the farm, Picton's Neverland Ranch. And you know what's funny? My friends won't even come out here. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, I left my smokes in the fucking van. Is there another pack in here?
Brand new pack. Here.
Oh, sweet. Oh, I fucking caught it, too.
You need a lighter too?
No, I got one
You
in my
want me
hand.
to smoke it for you too?
Oh, do you want a cigarette?
No.
Fuck, you haven't had a smoke in like 6 months.
I know.
Sorry,
Fuck,
I
the wife
just got to
can
read
sit
this
there.
for a second here.
Oh, go ahead. Read as me and the wife bitch at each other.
Yeah, knock yourself out.
Shoot
No,
ourselves
if I knocked him out, you wouldn't see him on there.
out. Aw. But you got those like diabetes hands.
You don't think my dad beat his hands?
You'd have better luck throwing that at me.
I could knock you out, baby.
Actually, we should do that as a video. You knock me out, just choke me out. That'd be pretty funny. Anyone want to
Well-
see Mrs. Uncomfortable choke me out?
No, but
Are
I
you
bet
sure?
you we could get enough money together here. No, we could probably pay her to do it.
Oh,
no,
yeah,
that would be awesome.
she needs money for a kitchen.
I need
Yeah.
$42,000.
$42,000, and we need 10,000 down right now. Like, if we can do this, like, then we never have to leave the farm. We'll have a mobile kitchen, like it's an RTM. Like, I can't explain it,
Oh my god.
but
Yeah.
the pierogi lady could live forever. You know what makes
Matthew, how
money?
you doing,
Food
brother?
and toilet paper. That's what makes money.
Fucking
So sell
Curtis.
pierogies and toilet paper?
Yeah, that's that.
Curtis
Buy
came in the-
10,000 pierogies, I'll give you a roll of toilet paper.
Oh, what's Curtis
Curtis
saying?
came in the door today. Dar was telling me that Curtis came in the door today with a Bible. He came in the door with a fucking
Oh.
Bible, and he left it on the table, and everybody in the house pretty much went, "What are you doing?" It's like, it's
The
like-
house is cursed now.
and Curtis,
did he
I see
steal
you
it from a
jumping back
hotel
and
room?
forth, and you know what I'm talking about.
What kind of Bible was it? Baptist? You know,
I don't know.
Mennonite? I didn't
the
open
Flying
it.
J that he works at, like a lot of the Flying J's and a lot of the big truck stops have a mobile chapel, right, on site.
Yeah.
Oh,
And there's
okay.
usually I don't know, a pastor or whatever in there during most hours. They're usually in there, and I guess he probably saw Curtis walking across the parking lot and went, "Oh my God, there's a soul I need to save." And threw a Bible at him. Fucking threw a Bible at him, wrestled him to the ground, read a few passages to him, and sent him on his way. And he brought the Bible home to Dar.
Fuck, that's hilarious. Have you
Curtis is
actually
gonna
read
join
the
the
Bible
Bible
though,
camp.
Brian?
What's
I'm
that?
not saying that I'm religious, but have you actually read the Bible?
No,
No, not
No.
the 1, 2, or 3.
dude, I've
I-
not read any Bible.
Oh, fuck.
Nothing.
You know what? It's a good book. It's a good book, but it's just a book.
Well, somebody earlier tonight said, and maybe this is good information for you, but if you go get yourself a Bible, the pages are so thin, they're like onion paper. They make good rollies.
Oh yeah, they do make. Yeah, I'm going straight to hell. I've done that. I have done that.
A pretty tight dube with a fucking Bible page,
yeah.
out of your Bible.
Yeah, you can. I've done that. I'm going straight to hell already.
I've never been that desperate that I've had to rip a page out of a Bible.
Well, you're in a hotel room, you know, and then the closest gas station's like 6 city blocks, and I mean, you don't want to pay a cab to take you there to buy a 99-cent pack of papers.
You don't take Robin anywhere.
Yeah, you don't take me anywhere.
We went to fucking Lethbridge a couple of years ago. Couldn't get him to cross the street from fucking McDonald's to our hotel.
Oh, you forgot about the hobo.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem, TBT. I already know the end. That's why I don't read the Bible. I already know how it ends. You know? Yes. I'm not gonna read a fucking story that I already know how it ends. That's like,
yeah, it's like watching a movie and you already know how it's gonna end. It's like, what's the point?
I know there's some good Christian people in here, and I'm not making light of it. I've just not read the Bible. It's not something I've done.
Curtis is going to Bible camp.
I have opened it on occasion where I've been looking at something and I've just opened it just for the sake of opening it, read about 10 lines and went, thanks, and just put it down. And it's not like I touched it and it burst into flames or I got burned or anything like that, or, you know, we're all good.
Oh my God, that's so funny. Yeah, we have our own gods. Why waste all that energy on one single being when you could put all that energy into yourself?
Yeah, exactly. That's it. What, TBT, you're absolutely right. That's why I didn't watch the Titanic movie either. The fucking boat sank, man. I know that. You know?
But the sex scene though, that was awesome. The steamy car. Wow, dude, she must have been wet.
Dude, I got 26 channels of that. I can see that anywhere. I don't need to see a steamy. If I want a steamy sex scene.
I think he steamed up the car when we stopped in wherever it was.
You know, Mr. Bees is right. Do you know how to get people to stay away from you? Just carry a Bible. Nobody will go near you. You're absolutely right.
Do you believe in our Lord and Savior?
Hey, you know, Jehovah's only came to my door once. They don't come again.
Why did you do it naked?
What?
I answered the door naked one time. It was early in the morning. I'm like, fuck, it's Saturday morning, like fucking 10 o'clock. Like, let me sleep till noon. So I went and answered the door, and there's this guy standing with this little boy, and I'm opening the door naked. I'm like, yeah. It's like, he hands me this pamphlet, and then he sends his wife and his 2 daughters over the next weekend. So I let him in. The house was full of pot smoke. And she's like, oh, that doesn't matter. We allow pot smoke in the Jehovah's Witness. Really? That's a little weird to say.
I've never seen a Jehovah smoke a joint. I've never had one come to my door smoking a joint. The last time a Jehovah came to the door, and don't get me wrong, they've got their right to do whatever they want to do and practice whatever they want to practice. That's their right.
True.
I do find them a little pushy at times when they're at your door, when they won't take no for an answer. Hey, Sterling,
that's why you got to answer the door naked.
Then
they're not pushy.
Sterling, I guess Sterling's getting ready to go to work. But no, I don't answer the door.
Night, Sterling.
I don't answer the door naked when Jehovah's come.
Oh, sorry.
The best one I ever saw was my younger brother. They came to the door, and my brother politely said no, said thank you, no, and went to close the door, and the gentleman stuck his foot in the door and wouldn't let my brother close the door. My brother wound the door back up and cranked, and I'm not going to say he broke the guy's foot, but he, you know, the guy was screaming and yelling and cussing and swearing, and he was in a lot of pain running down there, walking or limping down the end of the driveway. So Sterling, I wanted to ask you, are you running like terminal to terminal with those trailers that you're pulling? I'm not going to say who you're working for, but that's for your channel and for you to say. But are you just running terminal to terminal, or are you running all over the place? I was just curious because I caught some of your live this morning. Was it early morning this morning or late last? Fuck, it's hard for me to keep track of with you because you're all over the place. Is the STD terminal? Fuck, I don't know. Butthead run. Okay. I don't know how you do that. I can't run through the night anymore.
I hate
can't
running
run
nights.
through the middle of the night anymore.
You can't run through the day.
Occasionally,
You're
I've
sleeping
been
all the
forced, and
time.
I've had to run up till midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning type deal because I've absolutely had to. But to like start a shift like now at 9 o'clock in the morning and run till 6 tomorrow morning or something like that, can't do it anymore. My body just won't do it. My eyes as I've gotten older,
Can't do it.
All the years I've been out here,
Yeah.
my eyes just can't handle it anymore. I don't run at night as well as I used to run at night.
Do you wear bifocals, Brian?
No.
No.
I will be shortly. I've actually been, I went last weekend and I had to get because I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I used to wear glasses to read, right? To be able to read.
Yeah.
I don't need them anymore. I can read perfectly clear now.
Yeah.
Somehow or another, I woke up one morning and my vision had flipped. I can read perfectly clear. I could sit here and read a book. I'm reading all your comments. I don't need those glasses. I've got them, but I don't need them. And my vision flipped. It did a complete 180. And now I have to do this to read street signs.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
My distance is gone for shit. So my prescription for the reading glasses, the reading bifocals is gone. Now I went last weekend. I got my eyes retested. And I've got a prescription for glasses. I'm waiting for them to come in. They should be actually there by the time I get home tomorrow night. And I should be able to run because now is with my vision that's flipped and I'm not accustomed to not being able to read street signs and shit like that. I can't drive at night. As soon as the sun goes down, I am screwed. Because as soon as oncoming lights are coming in, I'm done. Working through the nights takes years off your life. Look at me, Bulldog. Do I look? Yeah. I ran a lot of years running through the night.
Oh shit. Okay, do you have like a craziest fucking animal story hitting fucking animals on the highway?
No, I've been fortunate. The worst thing the worst thing I've done is I wiped out a family of skunks. There was one across the road,
So yeah,
and
minimal.
there was a big skunk. I'm gonna assume it's gonna be a mama skunk, and then there was another bigger skunk, and I'm assuming it was probably the papa skunk, and there was 3 or 4 little skunks all there, and I took them all out. My truck smelled awesome for about a week.
Yeah.
No, I love the smell of skunk. Love it.
Really?
Oh man.
Love it.
I shot one in my hog barn. I shot it 4 times, and then the 4th time I shot it, I hit it right in the ass because I couldn't quite see where it was. I was just guessing. And Sandra's son comes into the fucking barn. He has no sense of smell. Just comes and grabs it, fucking takes it, throws it in the ditch. I'm like, what the fuck? How? I needed a respirator just to go into that building. It was like being pepper sprayed.
I love it. My dog got tangled. My shepherd, my German shepherd got tangled up. This was last year, got tangled up with a skunk out in the back field. And she came back happy as a lark. She thought she smelled great. Everybody in the house was choking and gagging because when it's fresh like that on a dog, like you can't, your eyes water, right? It burns.
Yeah, it burns. It's like pepper spray.
I'm the only one in the bathroom I'm in the bathroom in the tub with the dog, and we're singing Mary Poppins songs, right? My eyes are burning and it stinks, but I love the smell of a skunk.
Fucking speaking of Mary Poppins, holy shit! I was chimney sweeping today.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, chimney.
Shannon,
Yeah.
how are you? I'm hoping you are doing well. I was thinking about you today. You have not been around for a couple of days, or if you have, I haven't got your notifications.
Who's that, Shannon?
Not surprised at the dude puffing a cigar like skunk. Hey, that's now you're getting personal there, Sterling. Now you're getting personal.
That's funny though. Oh shit. Tomorrow you shoot? Come on, that'll be
Yeah,
a coffee in the
haven't
morning.
seen you around, Shannon. Hopefully everything's well, sweetheart.
No, we need to be
We haven't
around by
seen ya.
10 tomorrow.
You get used to seeing certain people, right? You see Cordova live every morning, then you get
Oh,
to see
go.
Shannon a couple of times in the week, and then usually on Sundays we do coffee with Shannon. And then when you don't see somebody, you start thinking like, hopefully everything's okay. So, sweetheart, I hope everything's all
Well,
right
she
with you.
replied to me a couple days ago. Like, she
Why? I
obviously
wouldn't.
replies to some of your comments, eh? But I haven't like heard from her in at least 2 days.
Okay, so well, we know she's all right. She's chatting in the chat, so
Oh, okay.
TBT likes skunks as well. There you go. Love skunks. Love the smell of skunks.
Holy fuck.
I've literally changed a baby diaper and puked. Had to go over and puke, but I can take the smell of a skunk. A baby diaper will gag me all to hell, but a skunk, nothing. I got no problem with it. My second oldest daughter, Catherine, is the same way. We're the only two in the family that like the smell of skunks.
That's fucked up.
Shannon, I hear
I
you.
know, isn't that a
And-
sign of
and good-
intelligence too?
I don't know. Shannon, I hear you. Grinding to save your business. Go, girl. We all know what you've been through. We all watched the journey. We're watching the journey that you're on. Give it hell. Keep it going. You're doing great, by the way. Just thought I'd throw that out there and let you know you're doing great.
18 Wheeler's doing pretty hot too, eh? Like, he's starting to get people going with him.
18 Willie Millie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah,
Love that guy.
he's right down to
he
earth.
got rear-ended the other day. He had his first fender bender in a big truck. It wasn't
Oh,
his fault.
shit.
It wasn't his fault. He was completely 100% off the hook. Somebody ran into the ass end of him. But hey, it happens. Let's get him out of the way while you're young, boys.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Now you know.
Yeah.
Now you
I
know.
got rear-ended a month ago in Jersey, right?
Yeah.
I was coming out of Berlin, New Jersey. I just got on the Atlantic Expressway. I merged out and there was construction ahead. So I didn't even get up to speed, right? I got, I don't know, I was doing about 35, 40 miles an hour. And then we were all backing out of it to go into the construction because they were going down one lane. So I came down almost to a complete stop. And I'm just, looking out the windshield, just, in traffic. And all of a sudden, kabang. And
Was it a
guy ran
Tesla?
Right into rode off. He totally rode off his Chevy. My
Oh,
bumper,
okay.
the trailer bumper took a ding. What are lease ops going to do with the repeal of the 2020 IC rule? TBT, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. What are lease ops going to do with the possibility of a repeal of the 2021 IC rule? What's the IC rule? Does it have to do with what's going on in California there?
Oh, everything goes on in California. That's where they make all the rules.
Mr. B's, I can't say with certainty that those work because we had those on Dar's car. We just bought a brand, well, it was at that time. It was a brand new 2019 Honda Civic. Because we live out in the country, we put the deer whistles on that fucking thing. We didn't have that car. It was under a year. And we were actually we were leaving our place. We were only about 5 miles from the house. Not even 5 miles from the house. I looked in the ditch. I was driving. I looked in the ditch. I go to Dar. I go, hey, check it out. Look at the deer. And as soon as I said it, the thing jumped out of the ditch into the road, and we smoked it with a
Yeah,
brand new
that's
car.
how it goes though.
With deer whistles, with fucking deer whistles on
Deer
it.
whistles. So
I
do
had
they
deer
work?
whistles on
Nope.
the Civic. We were only doing about 50 miles an hour, if that, 50, 55 mile an hour. Smoked a deer. Now, luckily, because it was a Honda Civic Sport, it sits so low to the ground, and the deer was a big deer. It took the deer's legs out from underneath it. The deer actually flipped, went up and over. It took the side mirror off, the driver's side mirror, took that off, but the deer pretty much went over the car, but it did crumple in the front of the car, like rode off, no, didn't right off the car, but it did take off the bumper, the rad, all that kind of shit. They didn't write the car off. She got, the car had to go in and get repaired, but.
Fuck, that sucks.
Yeah, but it had deer whistles on it.
Yeah, I know. So they don't work.
They don't work. They don't
You should
work.
get do you got a deer guard on the front of your truck?
Nope.
No? Fuck.
Nope.
You should get Dar a deer guard for her Honda Civic there.
Yeah, I'm gonna get her a big old fucking. I'm gonna get her one of those big
Deer
northern
catchers.
Ontario, one of those big northern Quebec moose bumpers. You know those big ones I'm talking about?
Oh, the
They're
moose
it's
one.
almost like you can almost put them on the front of a train.
Yeah. Yeah. Moose catcher. Fuck.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about mooses.
Hey,
Sorry, that was
Brian,
a fun
you know
segment.
those are directional, right?
What? The deer
You know that,
whistles?
right? Yeah, they're directional.
He
What do
did
you
put
mean
them in
they're-
backwards.
What do you mean? They were installed properly. Don't be a smart ass.
I'm just saying. I'm just
No.
saying if they weren't facing the right way.
They were installed properly. You know, they were put on prop, and we actually put them like on the front. We didn't put them like obviously on the hood of the car because that would look stupid on a Civic, right?
Yeah.
But they were installed in the grill, and they were installed properly. So I
Alright.
know that for a fact. So I knew somebody was going to say that, and it had to be you.
Well,
That's
I've been looking for something to pop in and say hey for, because I've been to Elgin twice this week, and I was like, fuck, I missed him.
Well, I was in Elgin Monday, Tuesday.
Monday night.
Tuesday. Hold on. I went Sunday, got all the drops off, but one Monday delivered the last one at Howell, Indiana on Monday morning. So I was in Elgin at 10 o'clock. 10
Monday
o'clock,
night?
No, 10 o'clock Tuesday morning. I was in Elgin.
Well,
I
had to-
Elgin. I was in because they had my reload in Elgin booked for like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I freaked out. Right, like I'm empty. I'm empty at 9 o'clock in the morning. Do you really think I'm gonna? So I had to argue and everything, but they got my appointment for 10 o'clock. So I was in Elgin at 10 o'clock. Where were you? I was there. Where were you?
I was there Monday night at like midnight. I pulled in with all that rain. That was what, 30 minutes west of Chicago?
Yeah.
About 2 hours from James.
Yeah, I always seem to manage to get myself all the way around James. I can never get myself to James.
Well, I was there off the tollway. I think it was exit 9 or 10.
Yeah.
I was picking up car parts for Toyota at the NTN warehouse there at that mall that's not really a mall because it's more of like a pet store and a gym.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I end up going to the end of that little industrial complex area to the building on the map that said it was NTN.
Yeah.
Got there, realized it wasn't NTN,
It's
but
not.
I was out of time. And then I had to get up in the morning and be like, where the fuck is this place? And I was like, yeah, it's where the address said it was, but the address on Google Map didn't have anything that said NTN. And I found out that it's the port to port side of that big warehouse building that's in the trapezoid shape.
Okay,
Or whatever that.
You want some free advice?
Huh.
I'm going to give you some free advice. The next time I got to give you advice, I'm going to charge you for it. This
All
is
right, lay it
free.
on me.
Next time, fucking call them.
Well,
I
my
always-
info.
I don't know.
A lot of.
I don't know if it's
Go ahead.
the older generation in me or whatever. I still call my pick when I'm going for a pickup. I still call them. I call them. Hey, can I get a truck in? Is there anything I should know? Where are you located? Because I guarantee you, like you just said, 9 out of 10 times the address that I'm given to go is not where the entrance is. It's like going to Walmart.
Right.
It's like going to freaking
Right.
Walmart's, for Christ's sake.
That's not helping. I know that feeling. There's been a lot of places like that was for me because when I used to
Good.
have to go to Texas to San Antonio,
Yeah.
the address for the plant is for like visitors and workers, and the truck entrance was the other two.
Yeah. And they were
And if
off
you
a
didn't-
different, they were off a different street. Right?
No, they were all on the one street, but they were like 2 miles apart.
Oh, I always get the ones where the address is on this street, but the truck entrance, you have to go by that, go around the corner, hang a right, and it's on the other side of the plant. The other thing I usually do is, like, for example, before I came here tonight, first of all, I called them to make sure I could park my truck here and sleep here. And second, I check it out on Google Maps and then do the satellite view,
Yeah.
right? And check out where my entrances are. It only takes a couple of extra seconds, but hey,
I always do the satellite just so I have an idea of the orientation of the building to the side of the road that you're pulling in on.
I do
And
the exact same thing, because too many times I've pulled in and went, well, wait a minute, a truck's not going to fit through there,
Right.
right? Sterling says he's eating pot roast. Don't say anything gross, and go. All right.
Fuck pot roast, chickens and dumplings.
Well, you know what, Sterling? I figure it should take you 15 minutes to eat that roast, so I'll keep it clean for 15 minutes. Anyway, I've got a couple guys in. Come on with it, just popped in. That's nice to see. Thanks for stopping in. Houdini popped in. Rogue, I wasn't ignoring you. Saw you there. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, you said
Sterling actually had to pay me $5 to clean it up for 15 minutes. My God.
Hey, money's money.
Yeah. Steak and eggs is good anytime. TBT, that's all I eat for breakfast when we go out for breakfast. Or the best thing I always do, I do it all the time, is when we cook steak at home, barbecue steak at home. Dude, I always make an extra. I always make enough so the next morning I've got jockey on horseback, which is steak and eggs, man. Love it. Love that. It's one of my favorite meals, and I can eat steak and eggs for breakfast, lunch, dinner. Wake up the next morning, eat it for breakfast, lunch, dinner. It makes no difference. Flatbed.
Then do you have
how
just
you doing, brother? I love.
You just have. Do you have just steak and eggs, or do you have hash browns too?
Hash browns too. Hash browns too.
Oh, I put a comment you missed when you were talking about your miles per gallon. Are you in nothing but dry van, or are you switching between dry van and flat?
No, well, right now I'm primarily I'm on dry van.
Because I'm like that's gonna be an aerodynamic difference there too that you gotta notate.
You're absolutely right. Chaos, you're absolutely right. I ran flatbed for 14 years, right? 14, almost 15 years I ran flatbed, and now I'm back on vans again. But the company that I'm working with, they do flats as well. So occasionally they'll get into a jam and I'll get a flatbed load. And my mile per gallon makes a huge difference because all of their vans, or the company I'm with, most of their vans are all like 2 years old. So, and they've all got the skirts on them, and they're all got the nice rounded corner. They're all really nice vans. And yes, my mile per gallon are much better. As soon as I hook onto a flat, or if I hook onto a roll tight, I guarantee you, if I'm running 9 miles to the gallon, you hook onto a roll tight, I'm down to 7.5. I lose 1.5 miles per gallon pulling a roll tight. And if I'm pulling a flatbed load, I lose probably about 0.5 mile per gallon. And it does. It makes a huge difference.
That's because you're basically driving around with a big thumb in the air on a flatbed.
Well, it is.
But I just figured that'd be a little notation you could put on there for anybody that'd be like, well, what trailer is he pulling?
Most of the time, I'm pulling a van. It's a van. Rogue, are you
Well,
selling? I'm yelling too loud, or Chaos is yelling too loud? It can't be Chaos. You must be talking about me.
Well, you're going hoarse because you need a mic.
Well, I'm in the truck, right? When I'm at home and I'm doing the lives from home, then I've got the mic and I don't have to talk so loud. Like right now, I'm just talking to an iPad.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's why I was
So-
telling Dar when you first started doing this. Like, he needs to get a headset. Like right now, I'm on a Blue Parrot.
Right. I look at before this started, right? With the StreamYard, you can go in and set up your settings for whatever mic. I tried to get this. This will not mate up with this. It mates up with the iPad. That's not a problem. Or it mates up with my iPhone. That's not a problem. But it won't. It's not user friendly. And actually, when you go into StreamYard and you go into the settings, it actually tells you that StreamYard may not mate up with certain products, and this is one of them. So,
That's why I experimented with this one before I started using it for the chats, because like right now I'm driving, and
Yeah.
before like I couldn't hear because it won't go through my Bluetooth of the truck. It would
Yeah.
only use the phone speakers, and then like I realized when I got this one that I had to download the Parrot app, and when I did the Parrot app, it made it a little mesh a little better, because the Parrot app does like a software update too.
okay.
But I think I also had to go into the settings on the phone for Bluetooth and make it to where it used Bluetooth for audio, not
Right.
just phone. And
Wow.
that's when my Blue Parrot kicked with the StreamYard on my phone, is when I set my Bluetooth headset to audio as well as phone.
Right.
Because something about the audio made it mesh better with StreamYard to where it actually lets me use it. So it might be just one of those, you got to mess with the phone setting so that it'll talk.
Dude, everything that you just said there, that sounds like work. I already have a job. That's too much work. It's too much work. You know what? I'll say, yeah, exactly, TBT. E equals MC squared. Dude, no, that's too much work. You know what? I'll sit here and yell at my iPad. When I'm in the truck, I'll sit and yell at the iPad. When I'm at home, yeah,
All right, well,
I've got the nice camera, and I've got the micro, I've got the nice mic and all that kind. When I'm out here, I'm not stocking a studio in my truck.
Okay, well here's an alternate thought for you if you want quick and easy and stupid. Just get the dongle for a headphone jack and use a wired headphone with their little mic. That way
but
you're
then
not
you've got
killing
the
your
things-
voice.
Then you got the little thing and the string hanging from your ears, right?
I caught about half that. I think I'm getting into bad signal. So
Yeah, you are. We keep losing you. Flatbetter. Rick,
well, I'm in
you
our
ever come up Highway 8? So many fucking moose up here, brother. Flatbetter, I've seen moose all over the place. I've run all over northern Ontario, northern Quebec, northern Canada. I was parked on the up in Timmins. I was going into one of the mines, and I was parked on a service road. And this is when I had my Peterbilt, and I was sound asleep one night, and I heard this scraping running up the side of the passenger side of my truck. And I didn't know what the hell it was. And I didn't throw the lights on. I just threw the overhead light on up here. And I come out of the bunk, and there was a moose standing there. It was his antlers, one of his antlers running up the side of my truck. So believe me, I've seen moose. They're scared the shit out of me. You want to see moose, go to New Brunswick, Nova Scotia. Run around out there. That's where you see moose, man. Old school, new school's off to bed, guys. Everybody say goodnight to old school, new school. He's off to bed. I bought a Rand McNally double ear headset a few years ago. Just bought a new one a few months ago to replace the old one. I love it. I've never, you know what? The only thing Rand McNally I've ever bought is the Overdrive Pro series of the GPSs. I've never tried their headsets. When this one goes, this Blue Parrot I've had this one, I think 2 years, and it's still going. When it goes, I might try that, see how it works. Dar says something's delish. I'm not catching the comments. Oh, moose. Moose. I've had moose. We've eaten moose. Not bad. Dar's uncle is an avid hunter, and we've eaten everything. Moose, deer, fuck, whatever Morley kills, he brings home and we eat. So I run up north of Fredericton every day. Definitely moose country. Yeah, dude, I hear you. I hear you. I guess I've just, when it comes to, I've smoked a deer in a car. I've wiped out, like in the truck, I've hit little critters, skunks, raccoons, squirrels, shit like that. I'm going to knock on wood. I don't have any wood, but let's just proverbial. I've been lucky. All the years I've been driving a truck, I've never hit a moose, a deer. I've never hit anything serious. I've been really lucky so far to date. I really don't want to, because, you know, back in the old days when you've got those big, long, beautiful W9s, you know, they were solid. It was like, you know, back in the days when you had the old, you know, a 69 Pontiac or a 69 Dodge or a 60, you could run that into a brick wall, and the brick wall would fall down and you might scratch the bumper. If I smoked a moose in this Cascadia right now, I'd write off this whole truck. It's all plastic. It's 100% plastic. The only thing not plastic in this truck is me, pretty much. I checked out all the reviews of Trucker Headset, and Rand McNally got a lot of good reviews. I got both of mine at Loves. Come on with it. I do the same thing. I bought the Rand McNally at Loves. What I do is I just save up enough points, because for some reason, these Rand McNallys, these Overdrive, I got the Overdrive Pro 8 in here. They only last a year, and then they glitch, and then they shit the bed. Like the durability on these things suck, right? You're not getting, and for the price they're charging on these things, like these things are like Canadian. Once you convert it into Canadian, I'm north of $800 for one of these fucking things, right? So I save up all my Loves points, and I either buy headsets, and that's where I get my headsets, my GPS and shit like that. I don't have enough points usually to buy it all and pay it in full, but it's enough to take the edge off it. So yeah, you're right. A moose bumper won't stop unless you've got, now my buddy Jeremy, he doesn't have it on his Volvo, but he had it on his old binder. He had the old school moose bumper, and he smoked a buck. He didn't hit a moose with it, but he hit a big buck with it. It creamed the deer, absolutely destroyed the deer, and it bent one of his. He had big spots on the front because he was running up northern Ontario, northern Quebec. But he did not damage the truck. But no, most of the moose bumpers that you see today, they're not even really moose bumpers. They really aren't. I hate our Rand McNally with a passion. You know what? I've got about, I hate to say this, but I've got about a year on this one right now, and it's still working. I went and bought the Garmin, and I didn't like it. I didn't like the way it was configured, and I didn't like the way it was set up, and I just didn't, I didn't like the screen. So I've still got it, actually. I've got the Garmin. I've got a backup. So if in event this Rand McNally shits the bed, I've at least got a backup. And I've got a Rand McNally book. Like, actually, I don't have it. It's still sitting on my sitting on my nightside table for the last year. But usually I've got a Rand McNally book. But I've got a backup. I've got the Garmin backup. I just like the Rand McNallys. For me, I'm not technologically savvy, and I have found that the Rand McNally was just easier for me to use. It was easier. It was one touch setup. I went in, set everything up, put all my parameters in, put everything I wanted, and I don't have to touch it. And very rarely, once in a while, it has taken me down a wrong road, or told me it's okay to go down a road, and I know it's not. But for the most part, it's done its job. It's done what I'm paying it to do. It's done what I've paid for. I've got my money's worth out of it. I just wish I could get longevity out of them. Like I said, for $800, if I'm paying $800, I don't want to be forking out $800 a year for one of these things, right? And not only that, then I got to listen to Dar, right? Didn't you just buy that goddamn thing? Holy shit, my God, fucking $800. And I don't blame her, but do I want to pay $800 and listen to that? No, I don't. They don't make most moose bumpers as tough because manufacturers don't want the frame rails of the truck to bend in a strike. That makes perfect sense, Sterling. It actually does. We have an Overdrive Pro 7, so I think it's similar to what happens when Apple releases a new iPhone. So they start glitching. You know what? The difference between the 7 and the 8 is just the size. But you're right. But what I have found, Mrs. TBT, what I have found is I take mine home. Like when I park, if I have to park my truck, say at the J, if I'm loaded, I don't take the loads home with me because the trailers sink into the ground. So I'll park at the J and Dar will come get me and then drive me home. But I take it home with me and then I turn it on and I hook it on to the Wi-Fi at home and let it update itself. And usually every couple of weeks, there's updates for these things. I find if you update it, it does all right. It's all right. Garmin makes German. I think you meant Garmin, Robin. Garmin makes autopilot for planes. Who knows? I don't have a clue. That's yeah. You guys, what are you guys doing? Are you sitting? Let me guess. TBT, you're sitting in the passenger in the driver's seat. Mrs. TBT sitting on the bed right now, and both of you's got your phones, and you're clicking away talking. It's one or the other. You're not sitting side by side in the seats. I guarantee you, if you're parked, one of you is sitting back there. I come from a time when we called we had things called maps. Yeah, I'm the same way. And you know, I was sitting there talking and ranting. Sorry, I got something in my eye here. I was ranting earlier about technology. This is one of those that, you know what? I do enjoy having a Rand McNally or just a GPS. It has made our life a little easier. So I do enjoy having it. Could I live my life without it? Probably. Now, you take a guy right out of trucking school today and you take away his iPhone or you take away his cell phone and you take away his GPS and tell him to go to work like we used to do. Dude, we used to write directions and phone numbers on the tops of our cigarette packs. And we'd have like, and this is now I'm really dating myself, but we used to drive around with a pocket full of dimes for the pay phones. And then they brought in calling cards. Remember those? You'd have calling cards. So now we've got cell phones. So do I enjoy the convenience of having a cell phone and having a GPS? Yeah, I do. But could I live without it? Yeah, I could. I could. You got a GPS for marriage too? Secret to good marriage is avoidance. That's actually pretty funny. I'm not saying shit because my avoidance radar doesn't seem to work very well. Haha, road maps. Yeah. Those are the days, eh? When you'd have a pocket full of dimes or a calling card. You'd be going down the road with your Pearlies because they didn't have Rand McNally's back then. Remember, they were Pearlies map books. You'd have your Pearlies open. You'd be coming into some center like Chicago Center or Atlanta or something like that. And you'd have your map book. You'd be on the highway. You'd have your map book on your steering wheel. And you're doing this, like trying to read and look out the window, look at your mirrors. Try doing that today, man. Impossible. We'd have to use exactly, Flatbatter. You'd have to use a pay phone at the truck stop to get a load. Or you'd be calling the customer, right? Or you'd be calling your dispatch, right? Remember when all the truck stops had restaurants in them? And I don't mean like Denny's. I mean, they actually had real restaurants in them. And you'd sit at the booth and there'd be a pay phone right there at your booth, right? Sterling, yeah. Delivers your speaking code. We had a baby. It's a boy, and hang up. Yeah. Come on with it is absolutely right. This here is a thing of the past. I still have mine. It's even on right now. Dude, I drove. I've been from one end of the country to the other pretty much like this week. Not end to end, but you know what I mean. I've been out west. I've been here. I can probably tell you I've heard that radio chirp off all week, and it's Thursday now. I've heard that radio chirp off maybe 5 or 6 times this week. We used to roll into town, and if you didn't know where you were going, you'd grab the mic and call Break 19 for local, right? And usually some local driver would grab the mic and, yeah, what are you looking for? Try that today. You're going to get static. Absolutely static. Yeah, Wizard, absolutely right. You absolutely had to pay. Dude, if you were anywhere, especially if you were anywhere in New York State, PA, Ohio, not so much West Virginia, unless you were on any of the county roads, but anywhere in New York and PA especially, I always found, because they were riddled with low bridges, right? They're world famous for low bridges. So, you always had to know. Victor Maya, what's your 20? Well, buddy, I am sitting right now. Where the hell am I? Anybody want to tell me? I'm in North Carolina. I'm about 20 miles northwest of Raleigh. Hopefully, I'm not insulting Mr. B's. It's pronounced Raleigh, right? Or Raleigh. Raleigh, North Carolina, not Raleigh. Sorry. Yeah, CBs were away. That's how we did shit back in the day. CBs. Like I said, I've been all over the place, and I've probably heard that radio go off 5 times, maybe 6 times in 5 days. Dude, unless you're running with somebody now, it never gets used. We used to talk to each other all the time. It wasn't uncommon. Actually, I hate to say this, but you know who uses the radio the most nowadays? Is when you're in Quebec. The French guys run around with they run 24. They don't run 19 in Quebec. They run channel 24. And if you go up to 24 when you're anywhere in Quebec, they're chattering away at 200 miles an hour. I can't understand a word they're saying. Obviously, it's in French, but they run around and they still use it. Ontario and down here and everything where else, nobody's using them anymore.
Oh,
Hey,
good
buddy.
evening.
How you doing, man?
Good. We're all ready for work. Pardon the mess in the background. Jeez.
Dude, you don't even look like you're awake.
I'm not.
At least you're honest.
Oh, man. I got home at like 10 o'clock this morning and slept the entire day. I might have woken myself up with a fart, but other than that, I slept all day.
You did, eh?
Yeah.
So how are you finding it? How's the family finding it? Because while you're sleeping, they're up and around, right?
It's just me and Red Lady, and
okay.
yeah, she was doing some meal prep today, and like I said, I slept so hard it didn't. She could have cooked. She could have burnt skunk, and I could not have woken up.
Yeah. Now, do you find that you can run for a couple of days and then you crash, or are you able to maintain yourself at doing those nights?
Today was crash day.
It was, eh?
Oh yeah. I had no choice in the matter. I went to bed, and that was, got home, took a shower, and that was it. I was done. I woke up and I didn't know what country I was in.
Yeah. I find being my age, I can push hard. Like if I have to go, I can push myself and I can push, 1 day, 2 days, a part of a third day, but then I need 1 day, and by the 4th day, like Dara will be phoning me going like, my alarm was set for 6 a.m. and here it is 8:30, and she's phoning me going like, are you going to go to work today? Right. Because I just bottom out. I crash.
It's difficult for me because now I've got something so consistent. It's 510 miles a night, 5 days a week.
Yeah.
I can work a 6th day if I want, but this weekend I got too much stuff to do this weekend, and just trying to get into the schedule of things. It's difficult.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw you last week there. You climbed in your girl and you started her up. You were
Yeah.
having that was tough, eh?
It took 3 tries to film that, to be honest with you.
It did, eh?
It did,
Well,
yeah.
That's power to you. That was a break. I wouldn't even have gone near it. It would break my heart just to look at it. I don't know how you can walk by it and look at it on the property.
Well, here's the thing. Like this weekend, I need to put a water pump in it. I need to peel my company stickers off of it. So I'm gonna be a goddamn emotional bunt cake.
Are you?
Oh yeah.
You have decided. You've made the decision. You've decided to sell it.
I have to. Yeah.
Yeah.
With the way the market's going and stuff, I'll be lucky to get 50 grand out of it. But I would rather do it now before it becomes a cash truck and I'm getting 20 out of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, my heart's out to you, man. I don't know what to say. I've never been in that position, and I'm not in that position, but God, I feel for you. I don't think
brother, this ain't the first time I've done this rodeo. I've had to sell trucks before, and it hurts. A lot of my ego is tied up in that thing the last couple of years, but what I got now is so much better.
If you watch, because I follow you, I followed Stuart go through it, right? Stuart made the same decision. It's heartbreaking to watch, but if you take the emotion and the pride and the ego out of it, and you just look at it as a business venture, it's the right thing to do.
Oh, I capitalized on a expanding market, and now I'm pulling my nuts out of the fire. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's face it. You also landed a really nice gig, like what you're doing right now.
I walked right into, and I'm working for an old buddy of mine. He was my Snap-on guy, back in 2006, I think. And he was always pissed at me that I worked for a different FedEx contractor. So now he's happy, and now I'm happy, and that 100% honest with you, I'm happy. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you look happy and you sound happy. Like minus the trip through memory lane, watching you start your truck and sit in there. I was waiting for you to cry.
That's why it took three takes. But I'm going to tell you how deep the sickness is, though. I'm still tracking my miles per gallon. I'm still tracking how much fuel I'm buying.
You're not even paying for the fuel, and you've got zero invested in it.
I was so pissed yesterday. I made 7.2 miles per gallon. I was like, try harder.
Well, hey, you know what? At least they gave you a comfortable ride.
Yeah, and it's a brand new 579 and everything, a little day cab. It's a little tight in there, but it's comfortable.
Yeah.
And I just need to lose some weight and it'll be fine. It's got that digital dashboard that everyone's freaking out about.
Yeah.
And this truck has had a few glitches already. They've already replaced 3 different harnesses, including the main body harness for it. And they quit sending it to Peterbilt because Peterbilt don't know how to fix their own trucks right now.
Yeah.
So they actually pulled the entire wiring harness out of it. This is a brand new truck. They pulled the entire wiring harnesses out of it. And one of the shop technicians rebuilt the entire wiring harness.
Oh, no kidding, eh? No
Yeah, he spent 25 hours building that wiring harness, and now the truck runs great.
Yeah. The problem I've got with that digital dash, first of all, to replace that, if anything goes wrong, you have to replace the whole dash. It's not like you can like with the older Pete's, you could replace one piece of the cluster, right?
And that dash is its own computer too.
It is. It really is. It's the same with the Volvos, right? If your dash goes, you're replacing that whole piece, and you're looking at serious bucks. Like I know, like my Volvo was a 14, and if I had to replace that whole cluster, I was looking north of $3,000. That's insane. So what do you think these new Pete's and the new Kenworths are costing?
But here's the thing: is the truck's undrivable. You don't have any backup gauges or anything.
Absolutely.
That thing blacks out. You're done.
Yeah, it looks great. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, it looks like I'm driving a one of those new Mercedes with all the cool little graphics and all that crap. But here's the thing: it's like they've made society if you're the first owner, it's freaking great. You know, all these new cars and all this new technology and stuff. But when guys like us that buy used equipment or used cars and stuff, we're absolutely screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've tried the best I can to always buy new, right? I didn't buy this one new. This one was 8 months old when I got it. I was the second owner on it, but I knew the first owner because it was with the company that I was on with. So I already knew the truck and
Right.
I knew the company. So I kind of caught a break on that.
You didn't get a lemon or somebody
No,
else's problem.
Right. I didn't. And the same with my Volvo. My Volvo was new. I bought that new. Some guy bought it. He owned it for, I think, 3-4 months. His dad was killed in a automobile accident, and he was in Poland. So he basically turned the truck back into the dealership, jumped on a plane and buggered off and said, now it's your problem.
Sure.
And the guy at the dealership knew that I was in the market for a new truck. So I got a 4-month-old truck at a discounted price. So
And he wasn't pissed when he turned it in. He just walked away from it.
he walked away. Well, that's
Yeah.
the story that I got. Yeah, he just walked away and he went back because his mom, he had to go back over to Poland and take care of his mom. So
Right.
Volvo got stuck with a brand new truck that was 4 months old, and I got a brand new truck that was only 4 months old at a discounted price. So I'm not about to complain, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like I said, I've tried the best I can to always get a new or as new as possible. I know for a fact that like when I'm done with this one, with the price of trucks, if they don't start to stabilize, like the Canadian price is a brand new T680, like Kenworth, the next gen, a 2023. Yeah, you're close to 270 for that truck.
Yeah. Chicken
I
Hawk.
can't afford that, Sterling. I can't afford that.
Yeah. Chicken Hawk was saying something about that. I think he's in the twos right now for the trucks he buys.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he's out of Florida. So when you do the Canadian dollar conversion to American, my $260,000 truck is a $190,000 to $200,000 US truck.
Right.
Dude, that's not in the budget.
No.
You know, I bought this truck just like a month before the bubble went and the prices went through the roof. And because I bought the truck off the company that I was on with, and the guy that owns the company is a good friend of mine, I actually got a discounted price on the truck. I got this truck under market value, plus the market hadn't blown up. That's the only reason I was able to buy it, a fairly, almost a brand new truck.
Right.
Otherwise, it would have been out of my budget as well. I just can't afford it. I can't keep up with it.
Well, at our age, we understand how much money is time. And do you want to run hard for 5 years and just throw away depreciation?
No, I don't want, dude, I'm 52. I've only got, this many years left. And I don't want to run that hard. Unfortunately, right now with the market the way it is, the industry the way it is, you see more guys my age, if not older, guys that were getting ready to hang it up at 55, 60 are now having to run to 65, 70 years old not because they want to, but because they have to.
Yeah, cost of living and everything. Nobody's going to retire till they're 80 years old here.
Well, yeah, unfortunately. It's unfortunate.
But here's the thing though, is they've made this job so easy that you can run till you're 80. You got automated, and pretty soon the truck will be able to steer itself. And
yeah. Well, think about this. You just came at your beautiful truck sitting in the yard. We won't talk about her, but she was a manual transmission. You're now driving an automated transmission.
No, I've got a 13.
Oh, do you?
Oh yeah, I scored.
Oh, okay. Well, that just killed my whole line of questions I had next for you. Like, how are you adjusting to that?
No, I run an automated for about 3 days, and I told him, I was like, if you give me an automated, give me a sleeper, because I have to stop every night and sleep for an hour. It's too boring. Dude, Nevada has the best roads in the country, and it's glass smooth all the way to Carlin, and glass smooth, other than climbing a couple of hills and dodging a little bit of wind. Just sitting there holding the steering wheel, I start falling asleep. And then it's got that lane avoidance crap. So if you touch the line 3 times, it starts recording you.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, yeah. But it's recording the whole time, so it sends 10 seconds of video, so they
Yeah.
could tell that I'm dozing off. It's like let's not play that game anymore. So yeah, he gave me a truck that would keep me awake, a short day cab with a 13 speed and an uncorked X15. So it's a monster of a truck.
Yeah, you like that? You like that Cummins, do you?
It's so I grew up with Detroit and stuff, so I'm not supposed to like it, but that X15 it's a monster.
It's a brute. It's a brute. I've got a DD15 in this, and I love it. I do, only because it's spec'd and it's designed and set up for fuel mileage. Right?
Yep.
It's not made for climbing up hills. But if I was running mountains constant and everything like that, I'd have that X15 in there. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. I'm just gonna tell you quickly though, like my entire career, I've always run 18-speed manuals, right? The Volvo was an 18. My W9 was an 18-speed twin stick. I've always run manual, and then this is the first automated transmission I've ever had. The first month driving this truck, Sterling, I blew out my left knee going for the clutch half a dozen times, right?
Oh yeah,
because there's no clutch. And I don't know how many times when, something happens in front of you, your foot goes for the clutch and your right hand goes for the shifter. There's no shifter. And I don't know how many times I came around and corked myself on the side of the head because
or punched the dashboard reaching for the shifter.
Oh yeah. It's like, what the hell is going on? But now that I've got it, dude, I love it.
So that Freightliner it'll learn how you drive too. It takes about a month for it to learn your pedal movement and all that stuff. They're really great transmission.
This goddamn truck is smarter than I am, for crying out loud. It really is. But I do love it. Like I go through Chicago at rush hour. Okay, it's rush hour. It's nice. You just sit there. You don't have clutch leg by the time you get out. Same with going any kind of rush hour or any kind of traffic or anything.
Right.
I do enjoy it for that. I do. Do I miss not being able to downshift when I want to downshift? And don't get me wrong, it's got I can flip it into manual.
Yeah.
And I can shift the gears the way I want to. But the computer on this truck can shift 10 times more efficiently than I can.
Right.
Right. So when you're running like I am with trying to go with high fuel mileage, I don't mess with the computer. Let it do its job. That's what I paid for. I'm not going to mess with it. So I just let it go. I do. I let it climb the hills by itself. I let it go down by itself. I've got my Jake settings set automatically for when it's in cruise control, and it's the damn thing does. All I have to do is I am, for all intents purposes, I am a steering wheel holder.
You're a supervisor.
That's all. I'm along for the ride. I do a couple of little things here and there, but other than that, I do find though that I vape a lot more and I smoke a lot more because you don't have your hand on.
And then all the truck stops seem to have more candy now that there's automated transmissions.
You see more fat guys like us out here. Yeah.
Oh man.
No shit.
Well, you see the Cascadias. You look at how large the door is on your Cascade. It's bigger than the side door on a minivan.
It is. Good morning, Pat. How are you, buddy? Sorry, Sterling. I got my friend of mine from Germany just piped in. He's over there. He's getting ready to go to work.
It's probably morning over there.
He's 6 hours ahead of us right now. So yeah, he's 4 o'clock in the morning over there.
Good times.
Yeah.
Well, I can't stay on for too long because I gotta leave here in a minute or two. But I have a moose story for you. Fire away. I've only seen one moose in my entire trucking career, and it was Superior, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And I was delivering. I was running reefer at the time. I was delivering to an old couple had a cold storage facility. It was maybe 40,000 square foot or whatever.
Yeah.
And I got there too early, and they're like, "Hey, you can park in our driveway. It's okay. Just park off to the side." And it was a beautiful night. And I rolled down all the windows in the truck. I had all the sleeper windows open, the breeze going through the truck, and I'm sleeping, and I hear this weird, like plasticky scraping sound. And,
Yeah.
I woke up and I was like, what the hell is going on? And I look from the bed out through the driver's window, and there's this big shadowy figure. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? So I turn on the sleeper light, and it's a moose. He's licking the bugs off the back of my mirror housing.
No
And-
kidding.
And staring, like his eyes are like equal with mine, and we both scream like little girls. And he took off through the friggin' forest, and I was just like, "Where do I go?"
Yeah.
Scared the shit out of me.
You know what? People don't really realize the sheer size of a moose. Like,
Oh,
I'm
he was
sitting in my
stooping. He was stooping down to lick that mirror.
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm sitting in my driver's seat right now, and if a full-size bull moose was to walk up to his head would be higher than mine.
Right.
Like, that's the sheer size of one of these things, and people don't get the size of the true size of a moose. Yeah, they're massive. They're massive. Yeah. I had that moose run up the side of my truck there, and I looked at the passenger window, and his head was right there. He was looking in. I was looking out. I just backed out slowly, pulled my curtains. Hey, dude, you do what you want. You do. He left about a 3-foot scrape up the side of my truck from his antler running up the side of the truck. And
holy crap.
He's all good. Hey, knock yourself out, because at any given time, if he really wanted to, he could have trashed the truck.
Oh yeah.
Right. So I just kind of backed out, pulled the curtains, shit myself, and then tried to go back to bed. And you know what? He just buggered off. He was, he wasn't out looking for nothing. I was just happened to be parked on the side of an old trail going into one of the mines, and I was in his territory. He wasn't invading mine. I was invading his.
He was being an apex predator.
Yeah, well, he could have had his way with me, man. I wanted no part of that. No. But hey, you know what? Thanks for stopping in, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I'm all ready to go to work. Red Lady had made some dinner, and she's packed me some lunch already. And what is it? Today's Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Jesus, what happened to this month? What happened to this week? What happened to this year?
Don't know.
Yeah.
We could be doing this again in January, and we'll be going, what the hell happened to winter? What the hell happened to this? Where the hell did Christmas go? I don't know. Dude, my weeks now go by so quick. And the problem with that is your weekends also go by that quick, right? Because I'm lucky now. I'm home every weekend, right? I'm not out for 2, 3, 4 weeks at a pop anymore.
Yeah.
But now I'm finding I come rolling in the door, even if I come rolling in the door early on a Friday, like you blink and you're getting back in the truck and you're back out Sunday. You're like, where'd my weekend go? Like,
yeah. And for me working nights, I get home about 9 o'clock in the morning. So I'll sleep most of the day Saturday, and then what do you do? What do you do Monday? Do you stay up all day, or do you go to bed at 10 o'clock on Monday?
That must be a bitch. How do you do that?
I barely do
that
it.
first day back to work, you must suffer, eh?
It's tough. Yeah.
It is, eh? I'd imagine, because your body clock's just out of whack.
It's you never really get used to it.
Yeah. Well,
but I appreciate you letting me in here, brother. You've been doing this for like 3 hours. I thought you were going to be here for a minute.
It starts out that way, and just you pop in, somebody else popped in, Stuart popped in. It's like, if you guys want to talk, I'll talk. Right? My mouth doesn't have a shortage of doing this, but
that's why they put us in semi trucks, because they got tired of us talking at work.
Oh yeah, well, come on. If I worked a Monday to Friday job and went home every night, my wife would divorce me. Right? I get home for 4, 5, 6 days in a row, but eventually Dar's rolling her eyes, going like, "You need to go back to work. Like, get out of my house.
Yeah.
Get out."
Yeah.
So
she's out there breaking stuff on the car, so you get out of the house.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Just get out, go to work, go start your truck. So, yeah.
All right, brother. Have a good night. Good seeing you.
You be safe. You be safe tonight. Drive safe, eh?
Yep, I will.
All right, take it easy, brother. There you go, boys and girls. There's another good guy. Check out his channel. Sterling Trucking Delivers. Sterling, I hope I got that right. I don't have it in front of me. So Sterling Trucking Delivers. He's another YouTuber. Got a good channel. Goes live a lot. I chirp in and I try. I don't always chirp in on his channel, but I always try to watch. Sterling goes live at odd times. There's no, like, I usually do in the evenings and then like Friday or Saturday night or, blah, blah, blah. So most of you guys are, I'm predictable. I'm going to be alive at some point. Sterling, there's no, fuck, it could be 2 a.m, 2 p.m. There's no anything. Yeah, there you go. There's Darth through Sterling's link up. There's another one. No, come on with it. He doesn't deliver STDs. Although it drives for FedEx, and I can say it now because he said it while he was on here. Yeah, I don't know. FedEx delivers a lot of shit, man. You never know. Could be an STD. So check out Sterling. Love me some Sterling. Love me some Sturt. Love me a whole bunch of shit. So let's get back here. Sorry, I'm backing up on the comments because my buddy Pat came in, and I don't want to ignore him because I don't get to talk. I talk to Pat. Well, I used to talk to Pat almost every day, and then everybody gets busy and shit goes on. But we text or we talk. We do the voice texts, right? So I send Pat a voice text on Messenger. And I'll say what I got to say. It records my voice, and then I send it to Pat, and he does it back and forth. And it's really cool because he's working, right? He's over in Germany, and he's working, and he'll send me clips out of his windshield of what he's driving around. And God, you got to love the trucks that they're driving over there. I'm so freaking jealous, those cab overs. And it's not new anymore, but he just got one of the new, what is it, Pat? A Mercedes, the new Mercedes. Whatever it is, it's absolutely friggin' stunning. Absolutely stunning. Yeah, I know STD is his initials, Dar. Thanks. Yeah, you got the new Mercedes. God damn, those things are gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful trucks. But I like to talk with Pat while he's driving. It'll be morning for me. Usually he hits me up first thing in the morning. So it's early morning for me, but it's afternoon for him. And I love to see the differences because he'll show me when he's driving through a small town over somewhere in Germany or Austria or wherever he's at. And I really love to see the difference in the trucking, right? How they operate over there, how they drive over there, how they, Now, Pat drives basically, we call him gravel haulers. He's a gravel hauler. But like when he's offloading, it took me a while to get used to Pat's lingo because when he's off, like he was on the phone one time and he goes, okay, I'll get back to you in a bit. I have to tip off. And I'm like, well, fuck you too, tip off. What the fuck is what is tip off? Well, he's tipping off. He's unloading his gravel or he's unloading whatever the commodity is in his trailer. But it's really cool to watch the differences when you watch, especially if you can watch it live. I love like Pat will show me like the countryside, right? You got the mountains, right? The freaking mountain. Like, you think we got mountains? Go over there. Those are freaking mountains, So yeah, sorry, Pat, we haven't been talking back and forth, and you know what? We got to get back on it because I miss it and I do enjoy it. Pat, have you ever heard of Devil's Wheel? Come on with it wants to know if you've ever heard of Devil's Wheel. Pat, I don't know what Devil's Wheel is. YouTube search Devil's Wheel and you'll see what those Germans get up to during Oktoberfest. Well, I think they just had our Oktoberfest. Oktoberfest was what, last month? I don't drink anymore, but I would still love to go over there for Oktoberfest because it is a party. Like they basically tear the town apart. They tear the cities apart. It's a good time from what I understand. I'd really like to go over and see that. but I'm not gonna go because I got no desire to go to Europe. So don't get any ideas. Darlene wants to go over to Europe. She wants to do the big tour and, you know, France and Germany and Austria, and she wants to see, you know, Iceland and Denmark and all of that kind of shit. And I got no desire to see that. So I need, and don't take this the wrong way, but I need to hook Dar up with a gay friend, a gay man, and send her on vacation over to Europe. So if there's any gay guys out there that want to take my wife to Europe for a month, as long as I'm paying the bill, you can pick her up and go. Anybody? Anybody? No, no takers. Haha, they're getting fucking hammered at Oktoberfest. Why a gay man? Like I'm gonna let you run around with just any guy over there in Europe? I don't know. Like, do I not trust you or do I not trust him? Huh. That's a tough one there, babe. Nah, we'll stick to the gay men. Oh, I'm sick and tired of the gay friend thing. Why, are you gay? Do you need a gay friend there, Chicken Hawk? I'll take Mrs. TBT. Hey, you know what, Mrs. TBT? You want to go with her? Knock yourself out. You could have such a good time. You guys can go. I don't want to go. I have no desire to see Europe. I know it's beautiful and historical, and I know there's so much cool shit over there. I do not want to go. Rogue, if you're going to pretend to be gay, I want proof. You'd have to gay up first before you go. I want to see you gay up first. Mrs. TBT says deal. Rogue, you can come too. Oh yeah, that's great, Rogue. I'm going to unleash you with my wife and TBT's wife. Yeah, that's going to fucking happen. Yeah. Chicken Hawk. Well, everybody, you know, Dar. Okay, I'm not divulging any kind of information. Dar says it often. She wants a gay friend as a snuggle buddy for bed, right? Because she likes to cuddle when we're in bed. She's a cuddler, right? So she needs a cuddle buddy from when I'm not there. So she needs a gay friend for that. And fuck you, Rogue. You're not doing that either. That's not happening. That's not going down. Yeah, Dar says it. They need a bodyguard. No, they don't need a bodyguard. They're going to Europe, for Christ's sake. They're not going to the Middle East, for fuck's sakes. I'll take Dar on vacation, but I'm not gay, just saying. You're not taking her then. Like you or Rogue. If either of you are going to pretend to be gay and take my wife, you have to gay up. I need proof you're gay. But TBT, Mrs. TBT, but Chicken Hawk has the plane. I don't know, man. Chicken Hawk, can that plane cross the Atlantic? I don't think your plane's big enough to make the trip from Florida up to, you'd have to fly from Florida up to Canada, go out to Newfoundland, fuel in Newfoundland, and that would probably be the farthest point east in Canada. You'd have to fly out of there, and then you'd have to, I don't know, will your plane make it from there over to Europe? Mr. B's, I'm a good bodyguard. Yeah, well, so am I, buddy. But if you're taking my wife on vacation, you're going to be a gay one. Mark Ely, you're in Vaughan, Ontario. Well, unless you live there, I feel bad for you, brother. Actually, Vaughan's not bad. It's pretty industrial now, but Vaughan's not bad. We're in the Keys again, Dar. You would love it. Yeah. I think Dar's going to be calling you shortly. Gay proof. We watch Bonehead Truckers. No, it's not big enough, and that's not the first time I've heard that. Well, you said it, brother. I didn't. I won't. I'll leave it alone. I was gonna say I won't touch that, but there's too many comebacks for that. Yeah, Rick. Funny enough, my good friend does live around there. Funny. Never mind. Call me when you get back from the Dominican. I'll tell you a story tonight about the friend. I got 24-22 to New Jersey. You think that's good? Out of Vaughan? Where in Jersey are you going? 24-22 out of to Jersey. If you're coming out of Toronto, that's not bad. That's Canadian, right? I'm assuming it's Canadian. Even if it's American, it's really good. If it's and as long as you're able to get it off tomorrow, if you've loaded it today and you can get it off tomorrow or even tonight, yeah, you did all right on that. Dar, the rates are low and we try to do 3 trips. We're on trip 2. Dar, who's the friend? I'll tell you when we're done here. We're not doing that. Good idea, Chicken Hawk. Yeah. So what have we in close? We're gonna shut this down soon, but let's see what we're in closing here. We've decided that we figured out that Chicken Hawk and Rogue will guard Mrs. TBT and Dar when they go to Europe, as long as they gay up. Logan Township, New Jersey, dollars. Yeah, then man, you did all right. I'd run it for that. I'd especially in my truck running those kind of even if you're heavy, it wouldn't make no difference. Yeah, I'll do that. I would take that. What time I'm loading? They open at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So I'll probably be up around 7. Do not call me before 7, Rick. I will not answer the fucking phone. I don't answer the phone anyway. Rick called me 2 days ago. I returned his call today. Fuck that, Brian. Go 5 hours. Well, we're at 3 hours and 21 minutes. Grab the link, Chicken Hawk, and come in. Unless you're going to use the excuse you're driving. That's pretty fucking lame. Okay, Rogue wins. Rogue wins. Rogue wins. That's something I heard about that. I was on James's, or I was watching James. I think I was on James's live when GW fucking drew the picture. I don't know if you saw that. He was drawing the picture because obviously he couldn't whip it out on James's channel, and GW fucking drew the picture. It was like, no, no thanks. If you checked it out in person, you saw it like with your own eyes looking at it. All right, dude, you can take my wife on vacation. You're good. The Mister has 25 years private security experience, so we will be plenty safe with him. Well, hold on here. The Mister ain't going with you. It's supposed to be you and Dar. Right? I'm not paying for all of yous to fucking go. Richard Head, that's gay, Rogue. Well, that's gay, Rogue. I agree. It's a bad night if you have a split dick. Yeah, well, you got to go back and watch that. Come on with it to know what we're talking about. But yeah, it's pretty bad. I didn't see it in person, and I really don't want to. But nah, I saw the picture. He drew a picture of his own dick and what it looks like. No thanks. We want to bring the other Santa. Who's the other Santa? I only drive 2.5 days a week, Will Burner. Yeah, rub it in, Chicken Hawk. Thanks. I'm the most pathetic excuse for a truck driver. I just truck to pay for my airplane and alcohol. There's nothing wrong with that, dude. If I was in your position, I'd be trying to figure out how to do it in a day and a half. Never mind 2.5 days. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing pathetic about that at all. I wish I was in your shoes, bro. Love to be in your shoes right now. I'd love to be able to drive. Realistically, with the company I'm at, if I could figure out a way to get, and you can do it, obviously, but if I could figure out a way for them to schedule it that I get 2,500 miles or 22 to 2,500 miles inside of 4 days, I'd work a 4-day work week and take Friday, Saturday, Sundays off. I'd do it every week. The planning is not there with the company I'm with to be able to do it. Otherwise, dude, I'd be trying to fucking squeeze my week. If I could make the money that I would make doing 2,200 miles a week and I could do it in 4 days, I would do it. I would. He's like a Santa as well. TBT. Oh, he's like a Santa as well. TBT. Ho, ho, ho. You're not talking about my wife, are you? You better watch yourself, buddy. Nobody calls my wife a hoe but me. Call your own wife a hoe, but don't be calling my wife a hoe. Oh, Special K said that she is my secret weapon, and she is the reason for my success. Mark, be safe. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping in, brother. I'm assuming Special K is your truck, right? That nice, beautiful T680. Next gen. The one I want. You're depressing me here, Chicken Hawk. Fuck you depressing me. You know what? Show's over. I'm going to bed. I've had enough. You depressing me. But we're not doing 5 hours, bro. No, Special K is my girlfriend of 22 years. 22 years. Good for you, bro. Dar and I we're knocking on 20. We're knocking on the door of 20. Better be careful. Wife is a switch hitter. That's okay. So's mine. We both better be careful. They may go on vacation and not come back to us. Fuck. You never know. No 5 hours, 4 hours and 45 minutes. But don't you guys got something to do? Don't you guys ever go to bed? Now, most of you are actually running a few hours behind me. That would be really good, eh, TBT? Mrs. TBT and Dar fuck off to Europe and go on vacation. Come back and divorce us or leave us and hook up and tour the world. Damn. How do you compete with that? It's one thing if your wife leaves you for another man because you can compete with that and your ego can comprehend. But if your wife leaves you for another woman, you can't compete with that, dude. There's nothing that you've got that can compete with that. That would suck balls. Bill Freeman, tomorrow is my 24th year with my wife. Brother, happy anniversary. Early anniversary, but happy anniversary, man. Congratulations. The best to you and your wife. Absolutely. Fantastic. Chicken hop. Holy fuck, I'm tired. Nope. Nothing to do but watch you. Thanks. Yeah. Pat TBT said, Pat says you can team with TBT then. So TBT and I'll team while the women team another truck. Hey, TBT, you can run hard. I'm not saying Mrs. TBT can't, but TBT can run hard. So you and I'll team this truck. We'll put Dar and Mrs. TBT in the other truck. I'll buy a second truck. We'll put Mrs. TBT in that truck with Dar. Yeah? Yeah? Maybe? No? Just a fucking, I'm saying dollars. That's all I'm thinking, right? I'm thinking business here. I don't give a shit about sex. I'm thinking dollars and cents and value here. That happened to an owner operator friend of yours. His wife left him for a woman. It happens. It happens. What can the Browns do for you? Exactly. Right? Exactly. Mrs. TBT's on board. Money, 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 money. There you go. Yeah, Burners' wheels are turning. Yeah. When it comes to money and business, I enjoy doing this kind of stuff. But when it comes to money and dollars and values and cents, dude, my wheels turn. My wheels are always turning. Always turning. There's always a way to make an extra penny. And if there is, aside from Chicken Hawk, I will find it. I will find it. I might want to check with Dar on that. Oh, dude, she'll do it. She'll fucking do it. Dar's up for a lot of anything. She really is. She's a good girl. She wants to go. If she thinks she wants to go teaming with Mrs. TBT and make some dough, she'll fucking go. She'll do it. Now, TBT, you're sleeping in your own bed, like upper bunk, lower bunk. Like, we're not cuddling. Mrs. TBT and Dar, they can do whatever they want in their truck, but our truck, you're up top, I'm on the bottom. Or no, bunks, right? Yeah. I'm just trying to make a couple extra $1,000 a week, just a couple extra, nothing heavy. You put Mrs. TBT and Dar in another truck and you turn them loose. Yeah. I'll take a couple extra $1,000 a week. It doesn't hurt. It was his high school sweetheart. They got married, had a kid, and then she went lesbian on him. Really screwed up his head. Yeah. I've seen that happen. I've seen that happen both ways. Whether the guy decided to leave the marriage, wife, house, happy, the wife didn't see it coming, or the same way, the wife decided one day, she woke up and went, nope, this ain't for me, and ended the marriage. Yeah. I could see how that would screw with anybody's head. I was going to say, fortunately, it's never happened to me. So I can't say whether it would mess with my head or not, but I don't think I want to find out, to tell you the truth. Shannon needs to make shorts. Shannon didn't believe in shorts. Shannon needs to make shorts. Mrs. TBT and Dar sound like a dangerous team. Well, I can probably say this, Chicken Hawk. If I'm going to turn them loose in a second truck, I'm going to have bail money standing by. I'll probably have some bail money standing by, or close at hand. Yeah. The truck for Mrs. Dar and Mrs. TBT will be called Mrs. Purple. I don't know. Maybe in a few years. Haha. I have a question. This is a good question, Mr. Bees. Can Dar drive a truck? No. That's not saying that she can't learn. Let me tell you something about Darlene. I've never seen a woman that when she puts her head to do something, if Darlene wants to drive a truck, she will drive a truck. If she wants to climb Mount Everest, she'll climb Mount Everest. Just because she can't do it now doesn't mean 90 days from now that she can't be doing it. That woman, if she puts her mind to doing something, it gets fucking done. So if she wants to go teaming with Mrs. TBT and she needs a license to do it, snap your fingers, shake your head, and wipe your ass. It'll be done. She'll have her license and she'll do it. Okay, there you go. She has zero desire to drive one. So Mrs. TBT will have to drive it, and Dar will just keep her company. You know what? That'll make really good channel. Mrs. TBT, this is your channel blowing up right here. You're gonna steal my editor here. She's gonna fucking edit your videos for you. Because you've got your own channel, and just so you guys know, Mrs. TBT does have her own. TBT's got one, but Mrs. TBT's got a channel as well. And Dar's, you're gonna steal my editor, and Dar's gonna edit your videos, but she's gonna drive around the countryside with you while you're making the videos. fuck, I'm screwing myself out of a fucking editor and my wife. This ain't working out for me too well. You guys better make some goddamn money. That's all I'm going to say. You also have your own guns. Now you're making me excited. now I'm getting excited. Money and guns. Now we're talking, baby. Chicken Hawk says, driving a truck sucks. I have been doing it for 37 years. I don't feel that way, brother. I don't. I still love driving a truck. I haven't been driving at 37, but I still love driving a truck. I still have that fire. It hasn't gone out yet. It's not burning like it did 20 years ago or when I was 20 years younger. It doesn't burn like that, but I still have it. It's still there. I'm not there yet. Speaking of old fat fucks.
How you doing?
Good, my man. How the hell are you?
There's only one thing that would stop Darlene from driving truck.
What?
It ain't got no gas in it. Mm. That's about it.
My, don't rock.
Oh, sorry. I always rock in this chair, and Amy says, if you're alive, don't rock.
Hi, baby. How are you?
Good, how are you? Mike, don't put me on there.
She said, don't put the camera on me, yeah. Yeah. It's hard not to rock in my favorite chair.
Yeah, I know. Hold on a second. Love you, Aim.
Love you.
Love you too, baby.
You're so far away they can't even see you.
That's just so you guys know. That's you guys all know who Mike is, but Mike's wife is my cousin. So I'm not saying I love you to a strange woman. Darlene's all good with it.
He was saying that to me, just so you know.
Yeah, whatever. I've told you I love you 100 times. You know that.
I get up over that bridge the other day and you were nowhere to be found. You were gone.
Yeah,
That was a lot. That line was slow.
What happened there?
I don't know. The guy.
Like, how long did you sit? How long? Usually it's me, Mike. Usually the Mikey Magic comes through, and you know. Usually I'm the guy. I roll up to the border and I say, "Oh, look at that! There's only one truck in that line." So I get in line. And I sit there for 45 freaking minutes.
Yeah, I was there for about probably 15 minutes. That I don't know what was going on with that truck, but they escorted him to the back.
Oh, they did, eh?
Yeah, he probably went X-ray or whatever. And then it was just the tanker in front of me, boom, and me, boom, gone, and that was it.
Yeah.
But whatever.
I was on a bit of a tight schedule.
That's cool.
I only had 5.5 hours when I left Iroquois. When I left the KBD yard, I only had 5.5 hours. So
That's about what I had.
By the time I got down to the border, I probably only had about 4.5 hours, and I had to make it down to Scranton at least. So I was hauling ass.
No big deal. I can't haul ass in that thing. It's cut off at 103, and then I had 48,000 pounds of liquid, so I can't keep up with you around the curves. I slow down on the curves and all that stuff. So
yeah,
I'm taking it nice and easy.
Yeah, most of you guys just heard Mike say that he was cruising at 103.
Yeah,
that's kilometers. That's 61 miles an hour.
63 miles per hour.
Is it 63?
Yeah, because if we do 104 is our maximum. If we go over that, we lose points, and every so many points cost us dollars off the safety bonus. So
yeah. Well, I just didn't want anybody to think that there's a crazy Canadian driving around with a 48,000 pound tank load doing 103 miles an hour.
Yeah,
that would be me.
103 miles an hour is our company limit.
Yeah. That's as far as they let you go, eh?
Yeah. No, 63 and that's it. And then half the time I'd put it at 101 because you're just in the cluster. There's a lot of companies cut right down, I noticed too. I'm right with Prime and all the other people.
Well, I was about to say, I've noticed it more so in the US. Like the Canadian companies are usually 65. Right? They're castrated at 6, but I'm noticing even more that the US guys they're cutting their guys down as well, eh?
Yeah, I noticed there's a lot of them moving slow, and I mean with fuel, I understand it, and safety. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, in the tanker, I've turned over a new leaf too. Like I take it real easy down the hills because any kind of you lift off the pedal or on the pedal, any kind of weight transference just starts everything moving, and it's no fun.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a ride. So I'm starting to dance with it though. Even the automatic, I noticed I'm starting to get used to it to the point where my foot's going up and down the pedal with the bouncing. So I'm starting to kind of naturally get used to it.
Yeah, yeah.
I call it dancing with the truck. So you just start to dance with the trailer.
Right on. Hold on a second here. This is you, buddy.
I know.
I'm so fucking proud of you.
Thank you. I can't lie. I don't listen to that song until I get till I go home, like after a couple days.
Yeah.
And I crank it up in my car. I try to stay away from it, but just so I don't OD on it. But I'm pretty excited about it. I text Nevada. I said, "Hey, how's that video going?" And he's pretty busy doing a lot of stuff, so it'll be a while, but at his leisure. But still, I'm excited to see it come out because then I can share it. So I can't let the cat out of the bag until he does what he has to do.
No, I know. I just played that little beginning there, but just because it's you.
Yeah.
I would have liked. No, Nevada was in here earlier, and
I saw
liked
him
to have played it, but it was like, you know what? This is his. You did this for him, and this is his, and I want him to premiere it, and I want him to debut it. So.
Oh, me too. Yeah,
like dude, it's such a great fucking song. Like.
Thank you.
I'm trying to figure out a way to get it into my fucking my playlist. Right?
Oh, okay. You should be able to import the file.
Well, you sent it to me in an email, so I'm trying to figure out a way to configure it so that I can add it to my playlist. Because I'll just put it in my playlist. I'd listen to it, right? So
yeah, you can hit the download on it. It'll download into your files.
Will it?
But yeah, I have it on my phone. I downloaded it. The only way I could email it to you is if I downloaded it, because Chris's emails they're all secure, so they won't share.
Oh, okay. All right.
But yeah, you can download it and whatever. I mean, between you and I, Nevada, I mean, he doesn't care if you know. But I mean, obviously, I wrote it, so I shared it with a few people because I have a few. You're one of them. I have a few people I bounce things off. Most of them are musicians, and actually, it was good because some of the stuff I got from everyone, I redid in the song. So.
Yeah.
And what no one knows won't hurt them. So I changed a few ideas around because of the points I got. So, but you got to bounce it off. You got to bounce it off someone, or you don't know. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
People. I mean, you love music. I got some musician friends, and then they kind of go, well, all I can say is yada yada yada. I'm going, yeah, that's a good idea. I was thinking of that. You know. So we did change it a few times. So it's nice to bounce it. But I'm pretty excited to see the video because. Yeah, I'm dying to share that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've shared it. I sent it to Dar. Obviously,
you
want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I shared it with Jer. Jer's got it.
That's great. Yeah.
Jer fucking loved it.
Yeah, I shared the original one with him, just the basics, a while back.
Yeah, and he said
I thought he'd like that.
The difference between that and the finished product is like night and day, Mike.
Well, right? If you go back on my YouTube, and I'm starting to talk about the idea of it, and then just some of the basic acoustic stuff. I mean, it's night and day. It's nothing. It didn't turn anything like that.
No, I know.
But that's kind of where it's kind of funny where the bare bones start and what you end up with, especially with a guy like Chris Young. I have to give kudos to him. I mean, he helped me with arrangement and some building of the song, and he won't. He does the drums and the bass, but he won't touch anything else, and it's up to you, he says. But he does give great guidance and advice. But like he says, at the end of the day, it's all you. But he said, I'd be interested to hear this, move that here, and let's see how that sounds. And so we had a lot of that going on. It was about 7 weeks in total to get it where it is.
Yeah, that's a lot of work, dude.
Yeah. Excuse me, sorry. I went down the wrong hole.
Yeah. clear out your throat. You're choking on your beer. Let's have another mouthful of beer.
No, I just took a breath, and it's the most work I've ever done on anything in my life.
Yeah. No,
But,
it's absolutely great. I fucking loved it. Like
thanks.
I said earlier, I sent it to Jer. Jer listened to it, and Jer's a hardcore country guy.
Mhm.
And he turned around and he phoned me. He listened to it, and then he phoned me back. He didn't even say hi or nothing. All he said is, he said, that is better than anything that is out there on terrestrial radio right now.
That's nice to hear. Yeah, I
Yeah.
told Chris that he was pretty stoked by that too. Actually, what really killed me was Chris has got this heavy band called Overture, and they just did. They released an album. They're actually working on their second one now, and their singer Mike, he's incredible. He sounds a lot like the guy from Queensryche.
Yeah.
Very talented guy, and he's pretty well versed in all kinds of music. Like Chris said, he likes a lot of stuff, but he's pretty critical when he doesn't like something. But he absolutely loved it. So I was pretty stoked to hear it from an accomplished guy like him. So
Yeah, right on.
yeah.
Right
So
on.
yeah, the projects are getting a little better and coming out a little better. So there's been a lot of
I saw you said in the comments earlier tonight, you might have another deal lined up. Don't spill the beans, but you might have something else lined up.
Yeah, just a quick one, just a little comedy, intro for a
Nice.
guy. Pretty loose and funny, nothing
YouTuber?
heavy. Hey,
A YouTuber?
yeah,
Nice.
Yeah. And just there's another song. Like, so Chris and I'll have another project when he has time. I was gonna write something else, but I pulled something out of the past, and I kind of want to heavy something up. So we're gonna, when he has time, he's pretty busy, but we'll get around to some other stuff.
Just
And then,
know, man, when you sign that $1 million fucking contract, I want my 20%.
Right.
I want my 20%, Mike.
You want that 20 cents out of that dollar?
I'll fuck you up. It's 20. Chicken Hawk, you hear that? It's 20 cents. I want my fucking 20 cents.
Get that 20 points.
I want my fucking 20 cents, Campbell.
Yeah.
Fuck you,
Well, I
Campbell.
appreciate you hooking me up with Nevada, and I appreciate the exposure. You've been very kind, and I really appreciate it. So it's not, it doesn't fall on deaf ears. I really appreciate your comments.
Just love you.
Yeah, I love it too, man. It's been a good time. But yeah, I don't want to make too big a deal out of it because I'm a hobbyist. But I'm pretty excited. I'll get that video done, Nevada. Quit fucking around. God, I want to hear that.
Yeah, he's busier than shit. I don't know where he's at.
I know.
He's rolling. I know he's rolling right now. He got stuck and he got hodged in Baltimore this morning.
Yeah, he's busy.
I was hoping to actually hook up with him. Right?
Yeah.
He was in Baltimore and I was in Baltimore, but I got in and got out like super fast, which never happens.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So it was.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see what he puts on there for a video. I'm just, he's got a ton of footage.
Oh, that guy's got a whack ton of footage.
I know.
He's got more than anybody.
Yeah, so I'm really curious to see what he's going to do, and so it's kind of neat. Yeah, then move on and put a closure on that, and then I got Chris Young on my side now, so yeah, we can do lots of stuff.
Cool.
Which is cool, yeah.
Now, I know you sent me a message the other day. You're going to redo the wheel burner.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. We'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah, I got some different. I want to do it to a point where you don't recognize it. I don't want to rehash the same old song.
Right.
Yeah. So I've been thinking about that. That's my own baby. So that'll be precious when we fix that up, because that's pretty special to me. That's my first real kick at the can, and that got me into this. It sucked me into your little YouTube world with all these great people on these channels who actually have been really awesome to me, and like subscribed, and I've subscribed to them, and watch their lives or watch their videos, and it's a pretty neat little neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is.
It's very cool. So I'm happy to.
It's a really neat little neighborhood, like you call it.
Yeah.
For stuff like this, but on the other hand, step out of line just this much, and you get your ass you can get your fucking ass handed to you.
Yeah, I've seen the drama.
Oh my god.
It's
Like
good
this-
entertainment though. The
Well, you
entertainment.
know what? My channel's not a drama channel, right? It
No,
just
no.
we
no.
don't, but there are some out there, and it's like you get out of line, like you can get your ass handed to you real fast. There's guys out there that'll make sure that they'll let you know exactly what they think of you.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I can't wait for the haters too. I mean, that's always fun to read.
Fuck the haters. You know how I feel about that, Mike.
That's
We've
what
driven too many
Nevada
miles,
said.
man. You know what I'm about, right?
Yeah, Nevada said, if you ever get that far, he said, when you hit about 1,000 subscribes, he says that's when the hate starts.
Yeah. Well, that's when
So-
the critics come out, right?
Mhm.
Because you get 1,000 subscribers, that puts a target on you,
Yeah.
right? You're walking around with a fucking target.
Well,
So far, I've been pretty lucky.
yeah.
Me and my channel, I've been able to keep it under the radar,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
It's a good show.
We've had a couple little things go on here and there, and a couple other things on that the public doesn't know about.
Yeah.
With Stalker and shit like that, but
Right.
for the most part, our channel, we keep it just doing what we're doing. We do some lives, put out some videos, we do some shit. The channel's not a huge channel, but it does okay, and that's just kind of where we're at, and that's where I like it. But Nevada's absolutely right. If you're gonna blow yours, if you're gonna build your channel with music, you're gonna you're gonna hit 1,000 subscribers, and yeah.
I think once this video goes out, there's a small chance of that. I don't really see myself running the channel like you guys do a channel. It'll just be kind of like a guy with videos. It's not like I have information for people or lives or anything,
Yeah.
It's nothing. That's not really one of my goals. It's just basically a platform to share.
You know what, you with your platform, because and I've said this on the lives before, and I've told other people when talking about you're probably, in my opinion, and like I know guitarists, like I just, my ears, and I can't play a guitar, but that
we've talked about music a million times. Yeah.
Of all the guitarists that I know, and the professionals and the superstars, Mike, I would easily put you in that group of all the guitarists and musicians in Canada. Like,
oh wow, thank you.
And I got no problem with that whatsoever, sharing that.
Mhm.
I really don't. I think your time is coming. I think you just.
Well, I feel like I'm onto something here, and this will cause a little buzz. Not to get ahead of myself, and by no means am I being, big on myself or pat myself on the back, but I'm having a lot of fun, and for the first time in a long time musically, I'm kind of excited.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot more to me than just truck driving and all this other bullshit. I've been doing this since I was 14. I've got hundreds of songs in the bag, and I've known Chris Young all my life as an acquaintance, but we didn't really hook up until Wheelburner, and he got a hold of me, and he really dug it and wanted to help me produce it, which blew me away because he's Chris is kind of a big deal around our little town. I mean, he took off to LA after high school. He's got his GIT degree. He's done a lot of stuff back in the day, playing with bands down in LA and stuff. I mean, this guy knows his shit, and he's a really sweet guy, very patient and super intelligent. And if he gives you some information or an idea, I mean, you run with it. So recording's really new to me because I've never done it on this level.
Yeah.
And to just kind of listen to what he says and just follow his lead, and it seems to work out really well. To be honest, I told him in a message, at this point, I was a one-man band, but now he's the other person in my band, so to speak,
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, it's a 50-50 at this point, but he's just awesome. And I want to get his name out there too. I mean, he's done enough to get his own name out there, but he's a big part of it though. He was a lot of help, and I can't thank you and him enough, and Kyle and Danny. So it'll be pretty exciting when it happens. It'll be a big moment in my little life.
Yeah.
Which
It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw something at you though. You
What's
said
that?
that, you know, your channel is, you know, you just want to put up some videos and some music, and you know what would
Yeah.
be really good, Mike, is because you're very articulate when you talk, and you're really good at explaining things. You really are.
When I'm not freezing in my sunroom, yeah.
Well, when you're not freezing in your sunroom, yeah.
It's fucking 0 here tonight.
Well, tough shit. It's not. My windows are open down in North
Oh.
Carolina, and I'm wearing a
Oh.
t-shirt.
That's where
But
you
what
are?
what I would like to see you do,
Yeah.
I would enjoy it, is when you're when you're sitting around noodling, just noodling. You know, you don't have a song, you're not playing a song, and I've
Yeah.
heard you noodle. You've sent me recordings of you just noodling around on your guitar.
Yep.
Turn your camera on.
Okay.
And just, you know, turn it on, even if it's only like 7 or 8 minutes of just you noodling, but talk about what you're thinking. And yeah, this is how
I see.
you're not teaching people to play guitar,
No.
right?
No.
But just as you're noodling and you're going up and down the board, and you break out, you know, grab your slide and show what you're doing with your slide, and just, you know, this is how I learned this, and this is why. And if I do this, I get this real cool sound. You know,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
throw something like that up there. You know, it's not like, it's like I said, it's not like, oh, this is the Mike Campbell and I'm teaching you to play guitar. No.
No.
This is
No.
this is me noodling, and this is how I do it, and this is how
Yeah,
I get this sound.
I'm no guitar teacher. I'm not trained at all. I don't know what a treble clef is. I was self-taught by ear. I just kind of go by feel, honestly, by ear. So yeah, I think it was it TBT, or there's someone in your comments who wants me to do an instructional video on the Wheelburner song because he wants to learn it on the acoustic. I think. Is it TBT that plays guitar? Am I wrong there?
Yeah, no, it's TBT. TBT plays guitar. Yeah.
Yeah, he said he'd like to see me do kind of a tutorial on how to play the Wheelburner song because he'd love to play that song on his acoustic. So that's a good idea. I mean, it's a simple song to play. It's only 3 chords.
Okay.
I know it sounds like a lot more when I'm playing it, but it's actually only 3 chords. It's just how you play it.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, TBT, if Mike teaches you how to play it and you're sitting around the truck stops playing it, I'm not fucking paying you. Fuck that. I'll throw you another free t-shirt, but I'm not fucking paying you to play the song.
Yeah, he'll be out there busking at the truck stop for quarters.
he'll just have he'll learn the Wheelburner song, and then he'll learn fucking
That's right. He's got to
he'll
empty that guitar case out too and count his 20% out for you.
Yeah, I want my exactly. I want my fucking mob style 20% kickback. You got it.
That's
baby.
right.
You
That's
got
right.
it.
Right on.
Jeez.
So when are you moving out of there? Are you done down there? Are you reloading or?
I'm reloading tomorrow morning. I'm on site right now.
Okay.
They'll load me 8 o'clock. The doors open at 8 o'clock, so it's
And
gonna
then
be it's gonna be get in and try to get out. I'm 793 from here to the yard.
Okay, so you'd be home. A normal person would be home Saturday morning, maybe. Saturday at noon.
Yeah, normal person
Yeah.
will be home Saturday morning. We're gonna 793 to the yard. That means I'm only 745 to the border.
Right.
Right. So
And
if I
then
can
you
get
click
to the
over, yeah.
if I can get to that bridge before my 11 is up, I'll make the yard. Right.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good times.
Vlogs, how you doing, Nick? Absolutely loved your live the other day, man. Loved it. Was it yesterday morning? Yesterday. Sorry, man. Days are going by so fast, bro. Loved it. Fantastic. Fantastic live. That's all I'm gonna say, man. There's guys on my channel that follow me. Check out Vlogs 18. Now this is a bigger channel. Vlogs is a vlogger, like a true vlogger, like I vlog, but not like the way he does it. He's a true vlogger.
Right.
And you got to check this guy out. Like this guy's his channel
What is
is
it?
good.
Vlogs?
Vlogs 18.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I will do that.
check this guy out. He's excellent, absolutely
Right
excellent.
on.
Making a tough choice in life right now. Making a tough choice. He's got the long nose Pete, and he's got some choices to make because the long nose Pete we all know is not aerodynamic and it's not fuel efficient. So
No, you gotta kind of choose between style and money.
well, get 10-4 on that, eh? So
At the end of the day, I mean, you're going to be aerodynamic and save some fuel, or you want to look good. And I mean, I get the classic ride. Who doesn't want one?
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
but you know, you've had the classic ride, and I mean, you are where you are in the truck you're in because of
Yeah.
of the classic ride. So, but
Dude, don't get me
it just
wrong,
comes down to what you want to spend, and I guess
If money wasn't an option, Mike, I'd have a long nose W9 with a studio on it.
yeah,
Right? If that's what I'd be driving.
Excuse me.
If dollars and cents were nothing like it, then yeah, I'd be driving one. I love them. I still get excited when I see especially
Oh,
like
yeah.
the early 80s W9s.
there's nothing.
And when I see those go by and like fuck, I lose my mind. I really do. And I
No,
love
I
it.
know. There's nothing.
But-
There's nothing like the way those things look. I saw another one of my favorites today. It was a great big Kenworth, all done up in red. I mean, the fenders, the frame. You know, we had the flat steel on the back, and the hoses came up under the steel to the trailer.
Yeah.
And he had
Love
the big reefer way back on the stretched out frame, and the reefer had the red, like the stainless steel with the red on it to match the truck.
Yeah.
And he had the 10-foot spread, and just beautiful. But it is what it is. I mean, some guys want to, if you can afford it, go for it, whatever. But
Yeah.
it's a hell of a look.
It broke my heart. I had that 97, that W9
Yeah.
60 series Detroit twin stick. It was beautiful. It broke my heart to sell it, but I had to decide between having a broken heart or having a broken bank.
Yeah.
Right.
I saw a cool looking Kenworth pass me today. He had the same truck I had. You saw that truck I drive.
Yeah.
But he had the square nose, but it was a stubby, short little square nose.
Yeah.
It was the exact same truck, but the square nose, and it was a powder blue hull and a tanker. And holy shit, was it beautiful. But I mean, even just that nose, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But the rest of the bunk was aerodynamic. It was the exact same truck. And I just thought, look,
Mike, it was probably a 990. It was one of the new
Yeah.
Kenworth 990s.
oh, gorgeous. And I just thought, look at that. I mean, but that's
Yeah.
what gets you. If you were about to buy something, for me, I'd be tempted to go with the look because you just want to love the truck, right?
Yeah, but dude, you're looking at $300,000 worth of truck.
Jesus.
Think
Isn't that
about
wild?
that. Mike, think about that and think about what you paid for that house when you and Amy first bought it, right? Put that in perspective. Right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
The truck now is worth more than the house you bought all those years ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like-
And I know, but they just, wow. They drive by and I'm like, look at that son of a bitch. Beautiful.
Oh,
But
yeah.
they are a thing of beauty and they're nice to admire. But I mean, I wouldn't want to pay for it or pay the fuel. But
Well, they're a thing of
I-
beauty, but like Chicken Hawk just said, they're a thing of the past.
yeah.
But they really are.
Well, kudos
could
to the
not-
guys who can pull it off if they're making money and doing it. And if they can look good while they're doing it, good for them.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
I
already
certainly
good
like looking at it.
I'm already good looking enough. I don't need the truck. So
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about
Yeah. Well, the truck helps me.
it. Yeah, well, you don't own that truck.
Mm-mm.
What is that? That's a
T880.
880.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful truck too, though.
It is really nice. Yeah. I really enjoy driving it. It's got a really beautiful interior. It's got the
Yeah.
leatherette seats, not leather, but the leatherettes. And it's really nice.
Yeah.
It's got the same interior as the T680, pretty
Yeah.
much, but it's a little more compact. There's no top bunk and not as much Well, there's as much storage, but there's no tabletop or anything like that.
Yeah. Now,
The other one
how
had a
is
big
it like?
table, and
How is it compared to like comfort wise going down the road compared to your 680? Just as comfortable or not?
the seat's more comfortable. It's got more options to pull it out and put it back and up and down, and you can put the seat has a lot more functions to put your legs up and down. It's more comfortable.
Yeah.
It's got all the bells and whistles. It doesn't have the no idle air though, which is weird because they spend a lot of money on it. But so you have to idle the truck. So to this day I haven't, because I started in late August.
Yeah.
But in the heat of summer, it's going to have to idle, and we'll have to see at that point with the DPF. But I'm not sure. A lot of the trucks do have it. I was talking to a few drivers, most of them do, but mine just doesn't have it. So I don't know. Maybe they'll put one in, or maybe they're just going to change the DPF for me every couple months. I don't know.
Dude, I think this day and age, with the new trucks, any of the new trucks that are driving around right now without either an APU, like a diesel generated APU, or like the idle air, like the electric with the battery packs that I've got, if you don't have either of those and you're idling your truck, you're just killing it.
Yeah,
you're just killing it, right? With the DPF and the EGR
that
and
was
all the shit.
that was the one thing I thought was strange, but it is what it is. Maybe they'll rectify that down the road. I mean, I could be in a different truck, and I'm going to the other side where I'm getting my TWIC done in Buffalo. I tried to do it in Syracuse the other day, but their computer system won't recognize the Ontario driver's license. So they said you're gonna have to go to a head office. So I'm going down to the Wainfleet area. Actually, I'm going to a company down there.
Right.
I'm gonna drop the trailer there and go to Buffalo and do the TWIC thing and pay for my card. And then they're gonna start. I got all my chemical suit ordered and stuff. They're going to start on the peroxide and corrosives and all that kind of stuff. So you never know, because I'm going to need all the great big hoses and the pump and that. So I could be in a different truck too. So this could be short lived, but it's a nice truck. They have T680s. They got a couple Freightliners, but most of them are Kenworths.
Yeah,
it's the mid-route Kenworth for the most part, and they're all nice trucks. I mean, I don't care either way. But this has got the 510 13-liter with the 391s in it. It does a really great job.
Yeah, that'll pull the 391 gear ratio in it.
I go up hills in New York and Mass, and it blows. These automatics blow me away. I'm going up the hill. I'm doing 52 miles an hour at 1300 RPMs, 1350, and it's an 18th gear. It doesn't even drop a gear.
No,
like the RPMs are low, and it feels like it's lagging. But you can feel the torque kick in, and it just does its job, and it just starts to pull. I'm like, if I had an 18-speed manual, I'd be dropping gears and over revving and just trying to keep up. But it does it all fuel efficient, and it's just amazing to sit there and stare at the tach and look at what gear it's in and what speed you're doing with 48,000 pounds in the back.
Yeah,
and there's guys I'm coming up on. I could pass them. But you really can't, because I wouldn't take them that quick and you're blocking traffic. But like there's trucks I could go around if I really wanted to.
Yeah.
And it does a great job. And I'm just fascinated by this automatic. It just blows my mind how good of a job it does. It really does. I've had people tell me I run a truck better by foot than cruise control. I can get better fuel mileage than an automatic. I can No, you can't. You can't. I've seen this thing in action. You can't fucking do that. You can't replicate this with a standard.
I challenge anybody. You go get the exact same Cascadia that I've got with a 13-speed manual. We'll load them up and we'll put the same amount of fuel in them, and we'll put the same load on, and we'll go to the same place. My truck will have more fuel in it than yours will.
Well, you couldn't flog a standard in 18th gear up the hill. It would stall out.
Yeah.
They won't do it.
Well, yes and no, because Volvo, the D13 motor and the PACCAR motor are both low revving, high torque engines, meaning
Yeah.
that they lag down. Like my Detroit doesn't lag down to like 900 RPM before it drops a gear.
Right.
The Volvo, the I-Shift, the Volvo and the D13 motor, they do. The PACCAR motor, they're designed for low torque. So those things will lag down to like 1100, 1000, 900, and then the automatic will drop a gear, and then they don't rev back up to like 1500. They only go
No.
up to like 13 and then
No.
start to decline, start to lag again. And they're
Yeah.
designed that way. But
Yeah, this thing just loves 18th gear. It just never wants to leave it.
yeah, I know. Well,
And it
my
will
truck's the
once in a
same,
while. It will once in a while, and a few seconds in, it'll shift up again, and it's just like, all right. I just let it do its thing. I'm tempted to put it in manual sometimes and go, fuck you, let's rev the fuck out of this up the hill. But it's kind of cool just to watch it do its thing. So
No, don't bother. Don't bother.
No.
It's-
it does the
I-
work for you.
I did that when I was at ET. I did the 90-day challenge with Ronan, right?
Yeah.
And I did it in this truck, right? This is the truck I did the challenge in. Now,
Yeah.
what you guys, well, you knew, but what everybody else didn't know is that I was buying the truck, right?
Okay.
But it was put out there that I was doing an experiment on one of ET's Freightliners.
Yeah.
But as it turned out, the automatic, I learned very quickly that this automatic with the aerodynamic package, I could not shift and compete with this computer. I just
No.
couldn't do it manually.
You probably
This
try
thing-
it first.
This,
I tried it first.
This thing hums along in 12 speed and 12 gear. And when I'm like, for example, coming down tonight, now, you know, I was up and down 81 and, you know, the big pull coming out of bingo and all that kind
Yeah.
of shit.
Yeah.
This thing ran all the way about 3/4 of the way up to the top. It only dropped down to 11th gear as I was cresting the hill,
Mm-hmm.
and then grabbed 11th and poof, took off. And that's with the cruise control on,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't have to climb hills. You don't even need to kick the cruise off. The goddamn automatic drops gears with the cruise control on.
That's right. Yeah.
How do you compete with that? A manual
Fine.
transmission, you can't compete with that.
I tried to put it in manual first and kind of take over. Then I realized it's just going to do a better job than you. Let it do its work. But it was something I had to do to sort of get used to it. And then
Yeah.
I just, even if you don't have the cruise on, just hold the pedal to the metal and it'll just do whatever it wants.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool.
I said it earlier tonight. You know what? I love the automatic, and I can switch the manual too, but I don't.
Mhm.
This is what I paid for. I paid for
Yeah.
this computer to do the job. Let it do it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I showed my numbers here tonight. Like my truck, the computer dash is showing on the last, I think it was 3,500 miles. This thing's doing 9.1 miles per gallon.
That's excellent. Yeah.
Dude, that's
Yeah.
money in the bank.
That's right. Yeah.
Right? That's money in the bank for me because I'm
Yeah.
I'm not a percentage paid driver. I'm a mileage paid driver. That
Yeah.
to me is money in the bank. I am
Absolutely.
making money on my fuel
Yeah.
because my fuel
Yeah.
rebate coming back every week is more than I'm spending on the fuel.
No, can't argue
How
with
do I go
that.
wrong with that?
No. That's great.
So I got to
Good for
say a
you.
couple quick hellos here. Rudy, what's
Yeah.
going on? Glad you're here. Chicken Hawk. Yeah, no human driver can shift better than an automated transmission. 100% agree, brother. 100%. You heard America's running out of diesel. In the Netherlands, they have the same problem too. America's running out of diesel because your president is stupid. Okay? That's why America is running out of diesel. And it's probably not as bad as you think it is. It's bad, but it's not as bad as you think it is because your president is he's dipped into your reserves. Those reserves, your diesel reserves or your fuel reserves are supposed to be saved for times of war or times of conflict. Those reserves are supposed to be there for the exact time that the military needs it. That's what those reserves are there for. And your president is using it and selling it. He's not even using it for you guys, for the Americans. I say you guys, but I'm in America. But that's a problem that you've got. Your president is stupid. Bottom line, the dummy is spending fuel, or he's selling your fuel, your reserve fuel, for excess cash to make money. Sorry, I was going to say shoot your president, but blame your president. I'm not about to say shoot a president on a fucking live YouTube channel. Are you crazy?
Probably not.
Yeah, I'm with you. The FBI will be rolling up on my truck any minute now.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So, Rudy, to answer your question, yeah, there's a shortage in the States. The president's stupid. And if you guys are in the same boat over there in Belgium, talk to your prime minister or your president or your head of country or head of state or whoever runs your country. So, probably in the same boat. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Mr. Bees, I agree. Yeah, well, TBT, that's not a news update, but to some people around the world it is. Yep, I've been 37 years, over 4.5 million miles. I have driven every manual transmission they have made, and I am amazed by the automated transmission. I am in my 4th automated transmission. Dude, this is my first automated transmission. I will never buy another manual truck. Ever. Ever. The next truck I buy after this one will be an automated transmission. Love it. Love it. I don't know about you, Chicken Hawk, but I love sitting in traffic. Not that I'd say I love sitting in traffic, but I love the fact that I'm not blowing out my fucking knee with a clutch. I'm not having to shift gears. Dude, I spend more time looking at boobs now than ever when sitting in traffic in Toronto. What? What? What else is there to do? I don't have to change gears.
Not much. Hold the wheel and look left.
You got it.
How long are you going at this tonight? It said in the beginning that you were just going to do like a minute or something.
Yeah, fuck yeah. We're into 4 hours and 16 minutes. It is what it is, Mike. You know
That's
what
right.
it's like.
Yeah. That's always a good time.
You know what? We've had some good chats in here. Stuart came in.
Mm-hmm.
Sterling came in. I love talking to either one of those guys. I'm good with that.
Right on.
Had some good shit going on in the comments here. Everybody's behaved themselves.
Nice. All right.
There you go. Patrick's got the right idea. I'm going to start a new YouTube channel called BoobTube. Sitting on the 401 in Toronto rush hour traffic, just hang my phone out the window.
No, just hook up some live cams. There you go.
Yeah, well, I've got the GoPro set up. I can easily just turn them around and have them pointing down, out both windows, down both sides.
There you go.
Yeah, right on. Right on. Chicken Hawk's convinced I'm going to do 5 hours. No, we're not doing 5 hours. Just video the politicians. TBT, videoing the politicians these days, especially in Canada, will almost get you arrested. You kidding?
I would imagine.
Our prime minister up here, he's just making up laws and enforcing rules that make no fucking sense. And he's passing laws now for the dumbest shit. Big sign in the back of your truck. Show me your boobs. No, I got that sign right here written on a piece of cardboard. I just hold it up to the window here, buddy.
Yeah, you got to have a sign that says "Show me your boobs if you're 21 or older." You got to have you got to have the disclaimer.
Yeah, no shit. It's actually
get into trouble.
It's 25 now, Mike. It's not 21 anymore. I want to make sure you have to be 25 before anything else. Forget that. Not messing around. Forget it.
All right, well, I'll catch you on the flip. I'm gonna go and get warm. It's getting colder than shit out here.
You didn't just say that, man.
What?
It's cold. You're a Canadian.
It's colder in this room than it is outside.
Oh, no shitty, eh?
This room, like in the summer, it's hot as shit in here. It's not that hot outside. In the winter, it's so cold. It holds the cold and the heat like crazy. And you go outside right now, it's not actually too bad, but in here, it just gets so chilly. It's all aluminum, right?
Yeah.
It just resonates. It's just freezing.
All right, well, go get warm. Give Amy my love. And
all right, have a good night.
We'll see you later, brother.
Hey, be safe. See you.
Later.
Bye.
there we go. You keep popping in one at a time. That's a good show. That's a good show. Now let's get back to yeah, I'll never drive a manual again. Looking down at the seat covers is awesome. Yeah, it's funny. Very first time I said that, I years and years and years ago, I had one of my daughters in the truck, and she came out, and we pulled into a yard, and somebody grabbed the mic and chirped on that I had a real nice looking seat cover. Like he wasn't being perverted. He knew it was my daughter. It was another driver that I knew. And my daughter took offense to being called a seat cover. She didn't know what it was. Yeah, Mr. Bees is right. In Canada, we go outside to warm up. Outside. I have a running joke, right? Like you'll never see me wearing a jacket. Never, right? I wear hoodies or I wear long sleeve shirts and everything like that, but I very rarely wear a jacket. If you ever see me wearing a jacket, it's cold. But like I don't wear a jacket. I can be in the minuses, minus 10, minus 11, minus 12, and I can survive without a jacket. So if you do see me ever wearing a coat, you know it's cold. You know it's cold. Chicken Hawk wants to misbehave. Well, then come on in to misbehave. Get your ass in here, man. You're cha on the comments. Come on in. You can't find them, grind them. Robin, I got an automatic transmission here. I can't grind shit. I spend more time grinding my fucking teeth these days than I do grinding gears. I love the country. The only reason I don't go to Canada or Alaska is the cold. I hate the cold. Well, Mr. B's, Alaska is still part of the United States. We don't want it back. And if you go up to Alaska in the summertime, it's not cold. It's beautiful. Now, I'm saying that because I've never been there, but I do know that you can go to Alaska in the summer and you're fine. It's not freezing. It's not like the Arctic. Patrick, that's a good question. Now, let me get my newscaster face on here. Are USA boobs nicer than Canadian boobs? Well, it depends on where you are in the country. And let me just say that. Depends on where you are in the country. When you get out to, okay, let's go Canadian. Canadian boobs, Ontario and Quebec. Ontario and Quebec women have the nicest boobs you have ever seen in your life. And then you skip Manitoba and Saskatchewan, you get out to Alberta, and the boob level goes back up again, right, on the scale. So then you've got Ontario and Quebec, nothing in Manitoba, nothing in Saskatchewan. Then you get back out to Alberta, and the boob scale, the levels go back up. And then you get out to BC, and you get a mix of every type of boob in the world out there. So, no, they're too hard to judge. But then you get into the States, okay? You get into the United States. I myself have found that the Midwestern states, the corn states, the farm states, those women have the nicest boobs you've ever seen in your entire life. The nicest. Iowa, fantastic boobs in Iowa. Northern Illinois, nice boobs. North Dakota, Nebraska, South Dakota, great boobs. And then you get down southern, then you get like southern Midwest, so then you get like Kentucky, Missouri, that part of the country. Boobs are nice. They're not bad. But then you get down to the southern states, right? Then you get down, we'll start with Texas and work our way. Texas, Alabama, Louisiana, boobs. Nice boobs. So I guess that was the long answer to a short question. Are USA boobs nicer than Canadian boobs? Nah. Depends on where you are. You can be in Canada and you can, Patrick, you can come up to Canada and you can go, huh, these boobs are fantastic. Then go down to Texas, you go, huh, these boobs are fantastic. But if you go to Florida, where Chicken Hawk lives, no boobs. Old boobs. Nothing but old boobs in Florida. Or Florida's a retirement state. Unless you're down there for Bike Week or Daytona, old boobs. Rudy needs a wrench. I thought Rudy had a wrench. Rudy, you now have a wrench. My apologies, sir. You've been around here a long time and always been good to us. So you now have a wrench. My apologies. Mrs. TBT does not have old boobs. Prove it. Got to see them. Sorry, I can't make that call. I did that on purpose because I know that TBT, Mrs. TBT, and Chicken Hawk are all in Florida. So, you know, I threw that out there knowing that this was coming. So Mrs. doesn't have old boobs. Mrs. TBT is piped in. Not all of Florida is old boobs. She's 27. Okay, so she's got 27-year-old boobs. This was a fucking loaded question. Come on, guys. Like, fuck. Did you really think I was gonna say this? Mrs. TBT is only 27 years old. Yes, Mr. TBT did himself very well by marrying Mrs. TBT. If she wants to share, knock yourself out. Hey, you know what? Robin's a vagina guy. Well, I'm a boob man. I really am. I love boobs. Can't help it. Yeah, Chicken Hawk's right. Mrs. TBT, gravity and time are on her side. There you go. Mr. Bees, thanks for stopping in, man. I'm happy. I'm very happy and proud to be sharing the state with you right now. Thanks for being here. Love having you. Have a good one, brother. I was just busting your chops, TBT. You, Chicken Hawk, I'm not busting your chops. I know that where you live, it's not, you're surrounded by nothing but old boobs. But TBT, it's all good. If they go to Europe, Dar can tell you. Fair enough. Let's go. Let's just leave it on that. Now they're getting dirty now. They're getting in the flow. Yeah, I hear you, Rudy. I hear you. But ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to hit the 5-hour mark because you know what? I'm gonna call it a night here. You guys have been awesome again tonight as usual. I think you guys do more to keep the show going than I do. I just blah, 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 but you guys throw the shit out there and we talk about it. So appreciate you guys being in here. Love doing this when we got shit like this going on. This is a good show. So with that, man, I'm gonna time out. I'm gonna go grab another bite to eat because now I'm past my dinner and we're gonna grab a quick bite to eat, and I'm gonna give my lovely woman at home a call and say my good nights and my I love yous, and you guys take it easy. TBT, you guys be safe. Chicken Hawk, you're the best, man. Love talking to you. We're gonna get together with you soon. Talk to Dar. I know you. I don't know if you have or not, but we're gonna get together with you guys. And Rudy, thanks for piping in from Belgium, man. Appreciate you being here, man. Anyway, guys, I'm not saying goodbye 5 fucking times, so goodbye. We're out of here.